It's day 3 of the Sailing Champions League final in St Moritz. Good morning, my name is Addy Rice, with me is Mark Corky Rhodes. We're going to be your commentators for the final 2 days of action. So far we've seen 9 out of 18 flights, and there are 24 teams from all around Europe and also one very hot team from Australia, it has to be said. Corky, we've seen ups and downs. That's the nature of this 8-boat J70 racing. It's short and it's sharp. It's really hard to be consistent. But who so far has managed to be the most consistent?
Well, it's been a really, really difficult couple of days for all of the teams. We've got really shifty conditions. You can see the lake behind and you can see the backdrop of the mountains. So that wind just whistling through, the convergence coming off the shoreline, everything's really shaking it up. And again, as we said, with those, no discard, every single race counts, every single point matters. And so suddenly, one race slip up, we've seen teams try and push the envelope, try and squeeze in at the start lines, and that's where they've suffered. But it must be the Australian team. They're doing a pretty good job. We've had a good chat with them. Not been in a J70 before, so they've kind of hopped in, and now they're into this format with the Sailing Champions League, and so far sat in 3rd overall at the moment. Again, the results aren't completely finalised at the moment. We're halfway through one of the flights. We managed to get the first race away in one of the final flights, so we are still waiting for that. Danish teams, well, what can we say? They've been really solid through. Again, we did start to see a few cracks start to appear yesterday. It was a long day on the water, like you were doing a fair bit of commentary yesterday, and it got pretty chilly, and the teams were out there till 7, about 7 o'clock last night. So some fantastic racing, but it's all going to come down to today, and this is moving day, isn't it? This is where you really start to cement your position coming into those final races.
Well, it looked like Wannsee from Germany were getting away early on in this regatta. They got something like 3 firsts and 2 seconds out of their first 5 races, and they were really building up ahead of steam. And then they finished, I think, second last in one of their races. And it just goes to show, just when you think you're on a roll and you think you've got it all nailed and you know how to get off these start lines, it just comes back and bites you. And the interesting thing is that the start is not as significant as it normally might be, because there are so many opportunities. In the UK, we have a board game called Snakes and Ladders, and there's an awful lot of ladders that you can climb up. There's a lot of snakes you can slide down as well.
Yeah, there was a lot of the teams kind of tapped into a fairly solid strategy. They kind of knew where this left shift was, they knew where the pressure was, but gradually that breeze slowly clocked round to the right. But if you just went a boat length, 2 boat lengths further than you had last time, suddenly that shift didn't come, or that breeze filtered out, and that was it. That was enough to then drop into any boat handling skills. One bad jibe, one bad tack, and bang, 3-4 boats were past you. And again, in this certainly this format of racing, you can't let a race slip. It's all about consistency.
Now, it was the Italians, Cioccolo della Vellabari, who won last year. They're struggling in about 10th or 11th, but they could still come through. I'd still say that out of the top 12 that we see out of the 24, they could still get through to that 4-boat final. But one of the big differences between this year and last year is, of course, the weather. Corky, just remind us what we had last year and how different it is this year.
Well, I'm sure from the view you've got behind us, you can actually see the mountains. Last year, we didn't really see them. There was a lot of heavy rain throughout. Temperature was a lot lower, and it flattened that breeze. And there was a really light breeze, and actually to some points where a lot of sitting around waiting. And I know that we got pretty damp and also very cold at the same time. But there was very little racing going on, not like what we got today. Bright blue sky, sunshine.
The Sailing Champions League final opened with perfect conditions, blue skies and beautiful breeze on the spectacular lake in St Moritz. Days 2 and 3 of the regatta brought rain and much lighter winds, making it a game of patience for the sailors.
The weather was really tough for everybody, for the race committees, for the umpires and for the sailors. Very light wind, very shifty.
As soon as the wind kicked in, the sailors were on the water, ready to do battle. The final day of competition was tense, the outcome uncertain until the very last metre across the finish line. But the Italians rode their luck to become champions of Europe.
The last race was the most tricky one, and we came out with the win. And it's amazing to say that Circolo della Bari is the best club of Europe for this year, and looking forward for the next.
It's been an enthralling battle in St. Moritz, a thrilling conclusion to the Sailing Champions League 2018. So there's already been there's been one race this morning, or one flight this morning, so that's 3 races already in. The breeze has built up really nicely, and we're looking at a pretty good race coming up with 3 of the major front runners. They are Katolik Badelau from Denmark, Royal Sydney Yacht Squadron, and what was the other one?
Kreuzlingen from Switzerland.
Exactly.
So
yeah,
three awesome teams, and they're all in the top 4 as well. So they're all pitched up, ready to take the title. But we all know that this is the important thing about this is. It is down to consistency. We have just seen in that flight, the flight that we're running now, that first race, seen the other Danish team slip down the place already. So it's, tricky conditions. We've got here, you can see on camera, beautiful sunshine, but breeze is quite cold. It's a little bit further around to the left than yesterday. I think we're going to still see that left-hand shift. That's going to cause some problems. But as the breeze builds, they're going to always have that balance of, do you go for the shift or do you stay in pressure? And that was kind of the tipping point that we saw yesterday. So it's going to be some exciting races, and certainly with those 3 teams all in the same race, it's going to be pretty good.
Well, to give you a picture of what we did see yesterday, here's some highlights. There's probably no other place in the world that can claim to have written so much sports history as St. Moritz. Former St. Moritz match race sailor Bjorn Hansen is now back with his club for the Sailing Champions League final.
Now and then, St. Moritz is still a magnificent venue.
Yeah, so as you can see, we got some beautiful conditions for you today, and for the people watching in the stadium, which you can see just at the top of the lake in our picture there. And at the back, on the right-hand side, you can see the fabulous Hotel Badroot, where we've brought our special posh clothes, haven't we, Corky? Because we're going there this evening.
Well, we're generally fairly smart, I'd like to think ourselves. But yeah, we've all set ready for a nice evening's entertainment, with all the clubs all being sort of celebrated here, and a real special hospitality bit that goes on. So yeah, we've got about 3 minutes to the start of this race, which is race 2 of flight 11.
So just run me through the boats. So in boat 1 we've got who?
Boat 1, we have the Danish club of Frederiksen Shaven Sail Club. They're in boat number 1. So each boat, there's 8 boats, has a single number and a colour. So boat number 1, I believe, is the black coloured boat as well. Boat number 2, Leviathan Sailing Team from Russia. Boat number 3 is the Royal Sydney Yacht Squadron. Boat number 4, Circolo della Bari, boat number 4. So they were previous winners last year, struggling with the conditions at the moment, but keep your eyes peeled on them. Boat 5, WSV Almere Central from Holland. Boat 6, Club Nautique de Versailles. Is boat number 6 from Switzerland. Boat number 7 is Badelag from Denmark. Again, one of the teams, they're currently in 4th place, looking to push themselves a little bit higher. Boat number 8 is, as I say, Kreuzlingen from Switzerland. And so, again, they're positioned in 3rd place. So there we see another Swiss team, which is the Club Nautique de Versailles, ready for this race. So
we got about 1 minute 30 to the start.
Breeze-wise, we've got about sort of 10, 13 knots sort of spread across it. There's various patches of breeze tucked up in towards that left-hand side of the course again. So when the camera pans around and we look up the race course, you'll start to give a bit of a picture of how much the land's going to play a part of what's going on.
And we got just about 1 minute to the start. And there's not much pattern here at the moment as to who's going to line up where. But very soon you will see the 8 boats forming into that typical starboard tack pattern, and then we'll start to see which team favours the pin end, which favours the committee boat end. We generally see a cluster fighting for the committee boat end. It tends to be less busy down at the pin end, and Corky has done some analysis on the reasons why. We'll talk about that a little bit later on. We're on board with Leviathan from Russia. So they're one of our onboard camera crews that will be following. Boat number 3, pretty poked up at the committee boat end at the moment. That's Royal Sydney Yacht Squadron. They've sailed incredibly well so far, and they are approaching pretty quickly towards this line.
Quite a lot of speed on for all of these boats. There's let's say, so the bow's gone down to try and hold it, but
so that's the start, and it looked very, very close on the line. We're waiting here if anyone was over. Cercolo della Velabari are winners from last year. They're at the pin end. That doesn't give them a lot of control further up the racetrack. So fine start at the moment for boat number 4, but you'd rather be one of those boats further up the line, and that's a pretty good even start across the whole length of the line there. Corky, who would you like to be right now?
Currently, like boat number 6 sitting in that position, which is Club Nautique de Versailles. They look like they're far across towards that committee boat to gain that little bit. They didn't put themselves in that full risk pattern by tucking themselves right up towards the club. But then also they'll get over towards that left-hand side. There is a prominent left shift as they get closer towards that shoreline. A little bit of convergence kicks in and kicks out. We can now see the knock on Cercolo della Velabari. Look at the angle they're sailing at compared to everyone else. See, they're already being impacted by this left shift. But if they were to go on that now, they would instantly, they're already being knocked. They'll take a knock straight on that other tack. So a lot of boats already tacking out, but boat number 1 and boat number 6 sitting pretty comfortable. Now that breeze starting to drop out in this sort of upper section of the race course, and this is where it now becomes this interesting bit. Do you approach in on port? Take the risk that you sort of not got the rules sat up, but look at boat number 3, the Royal Sydney Yacht Squadron, tucked up on that right side. They were on a big lift on that shot we just saw.
Well, they were forced there as well because they had a second row start. They had to tack out early and bail out, but it seems like it's done the Australians a favour because they look like they're in a good controlling position there, and now we've got all the boats on port tack because we're already getting up towards the ley line, and it's still so many people's game. But I do like where the Aussies are in boat number 3, that dark blue tip of the sail. But boat number 1 also looking pretty good, but it really depends on whether they can still get across on port tack because so many boats on the disadvantaged port tack right now. We're on board with Australia now. Bear in mind that these guys haven't raced J70s before.
So boat number 7 picking up a penalty there, which is the Danish Badelag. We saw that flag go up from the umpires. What that will be, that's a really bad spot to pick up a penalty coming in on this windward mark. Now they'll sit in a lot of dirty air all the way through to this line, and that will really upset their positioning coming into that mark. So a lot of work to do.
Oh, and some horrible tacks being forced upon boat number 1. That's exactly what they don't want. But around in first place after an average start is a very good first rounding for Australia. Royal Sydney Yacht Squadron as the blue Jenica goes up, and they're looking pretty comfortable in the lead. That's a big lead by the standards of this short course racing. Round in second are the Dutch in the yellow boat. Round in boat number 6, it's Club Nautique de Versailles. In boat 4, it's Cercolo della Velabari. Not too bad considering they were disadvantaged just a while back. In boat number 8, it's Kreuzlingen, round in 5th place. Already the red boat, there's a penalty, so there's a red boat, a penalty for Club Nautique de Versailles. That's a disaster for them. They were in 3rd place. They're going to be right at the back by the time they've completed this penalty. So everything playing into the hands of the Australians, who are just soaking down deep on the right of our picture there with the blue Jenica.
We talk about this quite a lot, sort of within this sort of racing, short course racing, no discards available, every single point counts is great, get a good start and so on, but if you're suddenly forced into a position that then causes you to take that risk of, am I going to be penalised here, am I going to pick up a penalty? Picking up a penalty in this kind of racing, you know, everyone jumps on it. You don't just lose one boat, half the fleet goes past, and as I say, that's a big lot of points to pick up. And so, as you said, it was really interesting watching Royals in the yacht squadron. They got pinged out towards that right a little bit earlier from not the best sort of start, but then when they came back, they hit that sort of right shift, held that little bit more pressure in that centre right stage where we'd seen, and then managed to pull themselves back forward and lead here on leg 2.
And going barefoot on board the Australian boat is Charlotte Alexander. Now, why would you want to go barefoot? I mean, we're up in the mountains. Surely you need crampons.
Yeah, it's not the. It's more just if you stub your toe. There's enough things to stub your toe on, but. You know, lots of sailors do it, and you know,
but mostly from down under.
But yeah, it's definitely sort of a southern hemisphere sort of job and stuff. But a lot of us from the northern side prefer having a little bit more of a
bit more protection normally, don't we? Yeah.
But you know, crazy. But hey, that's if it's winning races for them, then you know, stick with it.
Looks like Leviathan, looking at the tracker, had to do a penalty halfway down the run as well. So Leviathan have dropped back. So things going badly for some of the boats behind, but all going very, very smoothly for the front 2 boats. That's the Dutch we're looking at in second place from Almere Central. And definitely one of the front runners, from one of the leading contenders with a chance of getting into the final, as are the Australians that we're looking at here. Just getting out the jib. You see most of the jibs are furled. They're just rolled their jib out and they're going for a bit of pace. Maybe they've overstood a ley line. But it's not doing them any harm, because I think they've stretched distance. They were 30 metres ahead. Now they're 65 metres ahead. That's a huge lead in this kind of short course racing. There's Charlotte Alexander barefoot but wearing a GoPro on her cap. Just getting ready for that will be the drop, and they'll be rounding up onto the beat for the second beat, and that's a massive lead for them. David Chapman at the back steering the boat and hoiking in the main sheet, and the Dutch going round, following around the same mark. They've got a choice of marks. You can see the other mark in the background. Very late on the drop. That seems a little bit unnecessary, but no, they've managed it fine. That's okay.
Yeah, skidded wide a little bit on it and got sort of towed round it a bit more, but you can still see there's still a whole load of faff going on when actually sort of the Aussies are all just settled in a bit more, and so they got that little bit of breathing space. Be interesting to see whether they take this little tack up just to kind of bang their position and come back across, keeping an eye on the Dutch, or whether they'll just keep straight in front of them. But it's interesting when you look at the angle from where the Dutch are sailing at. They're hidden just behind the old battle flag at the moment, but they are on a higher angle, and it looked like they didn't have the greatest of mark rounding. So it makes you wonder whether there's instantly been this knock already for the Aussies as they come over towards this left-hand side, because as of this race course currently, they are the furthest boat left.
Yeah, and you see that emphasise what you've just said there, Corky, as well, that nothing that the Australians have done wrong, but it seems like the wind shift has done the Dutch some favours, and maybe the other boats that they have to watch out for are on the far side, like Circolo della Velabari attacking the front 2 from the right-hand side of the course. So will this be an opportunity for the Italians to attack? The bow goes down a little bit on the Australian boat, and David Alexander calls for attack, and it looks like they've got a good shift to go across in. So no dramas on board the Australian boat, and 2 of them barefoot. So it looks like both Finn Alexander and Charlotte Alexander, I assume they're related, neither of them have brought boots with them. It is expensive here in St. Moritz. Maybe that's the reason, I don't know.
Well, you know, you got weight packages as well, sort of, you know, weight allowances on your flights, so maybe there were more important things to bring than boots.
Yep.
So but the wind really starting to track round. Looking at sort of the SAP sailing analytics, we've got a good sort of movement of a good 30-40 degrees movement across this race course. That's been over the last 10 minutes. So of course, big sort of shift coming in, 5-10 degrees that are significant enough that if you miss them or on the wrong side of them, really going to start to struggle. So you can see them all, like, to be honest, this is the biggest spread we've seen in the actual racing for some time. Obviously, there's been a lot of penalties handed out that have dragged people towards the back, but normally the fleet's a lot tighter packed. When you look at the little mini map in the bottom, and there's some real sort of space between them. Normally, we've got all 8 boats tucked in on that.
Yeah, so fairly comfortable gaps for the front 3 boats, and the Dutch still trying to attack the Australians. That's the Dutch we're looking at now, but they've still got a 45-metre gap, and they do need to be aware of just who's over their shoulder as well. The Dutch have managed to tack on top of boat number 4, which is the Italians, so there's a little match race going on there. It looks like the Dutch are more concerned with defending second than they are with attacking for first, so they're taking on a big match racer in the form of Simone Ferraresi, the skipper of the Italian boat in boat number 4. This is all playing into the hands of the Australians, who are looking increasingly comfortable in this race on the left of our picture in boat number 3.
Yeah, we mention it quite a bit, is the sort of rich get richer. Well, one of the stats that I was looking through on the 13 races that happened, so not flights, the 13 races that happened, 8 of the races that were won, that lead boat or the overall winner of that race led at the windward mark, so quite a significant chunk. But out of all 13 of those races, you had to be in that top 3 to win that race. So very interesting that where these boats went round to squeeze up to take a race win, it is been in that top 3 at that windward mark. And so just again for the viewers, we have different coloured marks at the windward mark. There are a green, a yellow one right here, and a red one all spread around. That it allows the committee boat to put up a flag, identify the colour of which windward mark they're heading to. And so, of course, at the moment we're using this yellow mark, but it allows the course to be able to be flicked and changed around without too much sort of time difference and problems kicking in.
I thought that was a bit of a sloppy hoist by the Australians. It really doesn't matter because they've got a massive lead, as you can see. The Dutch have managed to stay in front, but for the Italians, they've got to tack in. They're tacking now, but now they're in danger of losing 3rd spot. They may not. They're going to have to shoot for this mark. It's going to be super difficult for the Italians, and they're going to be luffing the other 2 boats to windward of them, and this is a big loss of speed and potentially a loss of a place as boat number 7 goes round the outside of them, and boat number 6, so that's Badalaug, have come back wonderfully from that penalty. They took a penalty earlier. They've rolled over the top of the Italians. So Karlovig Badalaug from Denmark are now up into 3rd. And is there going to be a penalty? Let's see. We hear the whistle. We'll wait and see what colour flag goes up from the on-the-water umpires.
Just to jump in, look at the gust going down the centre of the course. This is what the sailors are looking for, those darker patches on the breeze. Down on that left-hand side, they definitely look like a bit more breeze. Interesting that, Choclo Della Velabari are in all sorts of bother, for they've picked up that penalty. The kite coming down now, that is their race sunk. They'll be finishing up last. No problems for these guys and girls up here. All looking very comfortable out in front, but a little jibe of just keeping an eye on what's going on behind, keeping an eye on Almere Central, just to check that we're following that through. But as you said, the hoist was a little bit sloppy. It looked like there was the sheet was just caught round the bowsprit, so that needed to be freed before. But in comes this final jibe through to the finish. Again, doesn't matter whether you win by 100 metres, 10 metres, the points still remain the same. But you can see how much the Dutch have closed that gap, considering there was a 60-metre gap sort of at that final leeward mark.
Yeah, big closure by the Dutch. So it wasn't as comfortable as I thought it was going to be, but a win's a win, and that's what it is for Royal Sydney Yacht Squadron. And second across the line, some way ahead of the next boat, are the Dutch. So they were 1 and 2 pretty much from Mark 1, but it's all gone on behind them. And now there's the battle for 3rd place. And look at the differences in angle. Is it going to go to pink? Is it going to go to red? It's boat number 7 that's looking most likely Karlovig Badalaug that might get 3rd, but being chased hard by boat number 6, Club Nautique de Versoix. And this is going to be extremely close. Every point counts. Who's going to get it? Oh, I think it is just about the Danish, and then there's going to be another photo finish between boat number 1 and boat number 8. The Italians in boat number Kreuzlingen, that was that went across in 5th place, just ahead of boat number 1, Frederikshavn Sail Club, and then coming across at the back in boat number 4, they were 3rd, chasing for 2nd in this race, given a penalty on the final run. The Italians, they're going to be so angry. I guess maybe they put themselves in a bad spot to be undertaking that ley line the way they did. I don't know why they were coming in at that ley line so thin, but that's what did for them. They had to luff really hard for the windward mark, and that's really going to cost Circolo della Velabari very, very dear indeed. That's Frederikshavn Sail Club. They came across for 3rd in that race. They competed in the Nord Stream race last year. They were winners of the National League in Denmark, and they are a club that punch above their weight because they've only got something like 75 members total in the club. So you've got a large percentage of the sailing club just sitting in the boat right there in the J70.
It really does show the full depth of club sailing as well. It does really identify that, you know, you don't need to be the biggest clubs in the world to come out and race on an international stage and be able to take on, you know, some of the biggest names within sailing. It's sort of, you know, when you've got Bjorn Hansen sort of tucked out there for Sweden, you know, a name
well, hit that club, KSSS, the Royal Swedish Yacht Club. I'm thinking that's probably got about 4,000 or 5,000 members, as opposed to Frederikshavn with 75 members total. It's unbelievable, the difference.
And that's what I think sort of this whole, again, we talk about this format, but this is what this format offers. Like, look at the backdrop, look at where they're sailing, the breeze. You know, you come and get plenty of racing in, and you compete on an even stage with no matter what the level of sailors. You know, we picked up and mentioned a little bit sort of at the Royal Sydney Yacht Squadron. You know, they hadn't sailed a J70 before, but until they got here, and so it shows how talented the sailors are on board, but also how suited these boats are to this format. So it's great, you know, to see the depth in the clubs, and I think rightly so.
Well, we've got 24 clubs represented here in total, ranging from Australia all the way through to Switzerland. We haven't quite got the A to Z, but we got the A to S. Let's look at the A to S of the 24 clubs that are competing here in St. Moritz. So 24 clubs all competing here. We're on postponement at the moment. I don't think that's going to last for very long. The wind looks perfectly good. One of the clever things that they've got, well, they've got a number of clever things going on. We can talk about the mobile marks. We've got GPS located marks that aren't actually anchored to the bottom because this is a 40-meter deep lake. So just in terms of logistics and keeping the racing going, moving quickly, the leeward mark gates are actually free floating and GPS controlled. That's a nice little innovation. And then tell us about the windward marks and what those flags on the boat mean, Corky.
Yeah, so we've got the different coloured, you can see there's a yellow, a red and a green flag tied up on that committee boat. It just means they've already got 3 marks set in place, all ready to go. So straight away, just before the start and they go into the sequence, they have a look, take that wind angle, decide which is the truer windward mark, and hoist that flag. And I think that's, it's something that should spread across to multiple fleets, because the time lost with readjusting courses and moving windward marks, it's painful. When if you had 3 sort of, with a 5-degree difference between them and so on, 10-degree different if you wanted to, then I think it's such a quick way. And again, this format relies heavily on not losing time in between. So here the boats, we can see the teams that changed out. Just in the background was these little inflatable dinghies that look like they're about to be part of a landing raid or something, but the teams jump on board, are taken out by ribs, then they quickly swap over, put their battle flag up, and they're off and racing. And as you say, with the mobile marks, it's a great chance to be able to shuffle around and position themselves there. So they're doing a really nice sort of job of just trying to minimize any time lost. So this is we can see, so those are the rubber dinghies out on that left side where the teams are brought out, but from that shore side you can see the grandstand and boats moving out. So it's they've got a really well synced here, and it's full credit to them to be able to sit here and say, right, we're about to go into race 33. That's a huge number of racing, and to be able to squeeze it all in the conditions we've got, and we've only really just kicked off the day today. So yeah, fair play to all of the race committee and the people that make the logistics of this all work.
Well, now there's a new test for the shore team to try and get things up and running. There's some mast damage on boat number 5. That's why we're under postponement at the moment. So we have to wait. Oh, there's another barefoot shot. So anyone who is wondering about coming up to Switzerland to St. Moritz, it is 1,800 metres above sea level. Yes, it's quite warm in the sunshine, but I really wouldn't call it barefoot weather, Corky.
Well, no, that was the Norddeutsche Regatta Wein German team, and that's Tobias Schaderwald, who's actually at the back wearing bare feet. And as I say, some people say it gives them more feeling of what's going on in the boat. If you dipped your toes in the water, you probably wouldn't have as much feeling as you would have normally, because it is cold. But look at that, breeze comes up, it's going along nicely. Because we're at such a high altitude, again, that breeze just doesn't pack as much of a punch sort of that we see sort of at lower levels. But look at the conditions.
Well, they're enjoying a little bit of practice time, which you don't get a lot of time to do because the racing turns around so quickly. While we're waiting for boat number 5 and its mast to have whatever repair needs applying to it, we're going to catch up with an interview that I did earlier with the man who came up with the whole concept of National League Sailing and the Sailing Champions League. That's Olli Schwal. Olli Schwal is the man who came up with the whole concept of national sailing leagues and then the Sailing Champions League. Now, Olli, do you remember back in, I think it was late 2013, when it was pouring with rain in Copenhagen, we had the first Sailing Champions League final. That was already a pretty good event, but how far things have come since then?
Well, this was the beginning of the expansion of the idea, National League Sailing Club against Club. I think the idea was to promote the idea. Since today we are 22 countries, and here in St. Moritz, the final 2019, we have one team coming from down under, from Sydney. So the idea is strong. I mean, and the competition is really high. And if you see the races here yesterday and the day before, it's a highly competitive sailing, and it was a beautiful landscape, and I think one of the best sailing arenas in the world.
And the lovely thing for the sailors is that they come to this amazing place. They don't have to tow a boat here. They just turn up in their sailing kit. They get to sail in very identical boats. I've asked the sailors if they have a favourite boat. They don't. They say they're all very well looked after. And so it's very low maintenance form of high intensity sailing.
Well, we all know what sailing is about, and we know that the investment into boat material, into sails, into masts and battens and all this technology, that's one factor of sailing. But within this format, we want to get rid of that. We want to skip it. We want to have everybody using the same boats. We are swapping the boat race by race, so every team is using the same material, the same amount of times. And this is why it's all about the performance of the teams. It's about the tactics, about the strategy, about the maneuvers, and less, trimming and getting better material and having a better speed. And this is what the sailors really like, beside the factor that they are representing their club. We know that in sailing you usually sail for yourself, but not for your club. And here the club is on the podium. It's totally in the hand of the club who is sailing here. So some of the clubs bring really some top dogs here to St. Moritz. Björn Hansen, I think one of the most prestigious world match racing sailors and whatever he won. So some really good sailors, and even the guys from down under, I think they have good experience in Olympic boat classes. And yeah, that's what it's all about. So it's about the club. It's about, one design sailing with easy access. And this turned out to be a kind of, momentum which sailing was looking for, obviously.
Well, it obviously has caught the imagination of so many clubs and nations across the world, and it's the first time we see the Australians here, as you say, and they're actually looking in good shape maybe to get into that four-boat final on Sunday afternoon. Now, if Australia were to do well, maybe even to win, that could only be good news for spreading the whole concept further afield from Europe, where it's all grown up.
Yeah, it's still a long way to go. I think we have now 10 out of 18 flights, or 9.5. So we have half time of it. So I expect from today, for the final, that we will see after this day what are the top favorites teams. So far, I think from place number 1 till 10, 11, everything is open. They all can make it, and this will be an interesting day. And we have really good weather forecasted. So I'm looking really forward for this day, but in particular for the final tomorrow.
Well, me too. That's what we're all building up to, that four-boat final, a really exciting innovation that we trialled for the first time last year, 2018. We saw an amazing final then. Ollie, I'm looking forward to something similar tomorrow.
Thank you.
So that was Ollie Schwal. He must be super proud of how things have come along. I was involved in the commentary at the very first Sailing Champions League final in Copenhagen 6 years ago. It was absolutely chucked it down with rain. Chucked it down with rain here last year, but finally it seems like the weather is falling into line. It's accepting that the Sailing Champions League is important enough for the sun to come out for.
Well, it's funny, as we are always told that, the breeze here, the sun comes out, breeze rattles in, and, you have these brilliant conditions, and it all just seemed like a big lie. And last year, they're all like, oh, it's not normally like this, and we hear that at nearly every place we travel to. But, this is exactly what they said was going to happen. The breeze has come in. We've had 2 brilliant days of racing, and to be able to rattle through sort of nearly 10.5 flights by the end of play of yesterday, and being to flight 11, as I say, that's 33 sort of races that are about to commence. Like, that's pretty impressive. But coming up into this race, this is a bit of pressure now. One of the German teams, Norddeutsche Regatta Wein, we mentioned earlier, was Tobias Schadewald. We can see the AP's just gone down. Green flag is up, so that means they will be headed to the green windward mark. So it means there's been a little bit of a change in the wind direction, because we were off to the yellow one on that last race. So the breeze has started to clock round towards the right a little bit more, so whether they've just moved that windward mark and gone for that green one. But NRV, they won 3 of their 5 races yesterday, and every time they won the race, they came off the committee boat end. So the interesting one will be whether they can do that again, and they were either first or second at that windward mark to when they won. The problem was, and what would have been their best day and probably pushed them right up into first or second and be battling for that championship lead, and there's Tobias Schadewald again rolling the sensitive feet program and getting involved there. They then also banged in a 6th and an 8th, which dragged them back down and has held them in 5th in place at that point. So if they had held that little bit more consistency, seconds, thirds, fourths or something, they would definitely be battling for that. So a lot of pressure on NRV now. They are the standout team compared with some of the other ones in terms of the overall regatta places. So this is their chance to try and chalk up another race win and pull themselves up that leaderboard.
So they are boat number 8. That's the one to watch. Norddeutsche Regatta Verein, the standout performers in this fleet of 8. So this is, you can never say it's a must-win. It's always a must-win, but it's a should-win for the NRV. And then at the back of the standings, we've got Société de Régate Rochelaise, the only French team here, skippered by Clément Pékin, who's a very good 49er crew, but he's steering the boat, and he says, look, I'm not a helm. I am the weak link in this crew, but I'm really loving what I'm doing. But that's why we're not very good at the moment. So we've got just under 2 minutes to go.
The next race is presented by Badrut's Palace.
Badrut's Palace, that's why I brought my tie. That's why you need to find a trouser press this evening, Corky. You can't go looking like you do at the moment.
A Corby trouser press?
Yeah.
I need to... Well, my trousers are pressed. It's more my shirt. It didn't really do very well on the aeroplane. It seems to have come out looking... like it's got a few more folds where it shouldn't really have folds. So
no matter how scruffy we turn up, we know there's going to be a few barefoot sailors at the ambassador's reception this evening.
Yeah, we can always rely on a sailor to lower the tone, so we're all right with that. But with 45 seconds to go, interesting to watch Tobias Schadewald here in picture in the green boat, actually coming off towards the pin end and do a practice pair, and he is here positioned off this pin end. So totally different strategy to what was played out yesterday. Breeze still holding towards that right phase a bit. So it's going to be interesting to whether they feel that Breeze is going to start to move left and that left shift come in and allow them to come back across the race course. But we have seen middle to committee boat as being a successful place to be.
14, 13, 12, 11, 10, it's getting close, and one boat's having to bail out. They haven't been able to find space, and it looks to me like boat number 8 is over on the line. Is it going to be able to get its bow down in time? Oh, it's surely someone was over then, but yes, individual recall flag, so somebody is over. That white flag with the blue cross is up. Someone needs to turn back round. We've seen very few of these, only one of these in the first 2 days, and it's Bayerischen Yacht Club from Germany. Will that flag go down, or were there other culprits? They've recrossed the line, but I don't see that flag has gone down, so somebody else is going up this racetrack, and they are still over. Corky, any clues as to who that might be?
Well, it was just that pin end were really pushed. Tobias Schadewald, he was high and dropped that bow really late, so he's boat number 8 for NRV there. He was close, but again, right alongside him was boat number 9. As I say, we've got boat number 9 in, which is technically the spare boat, so clearly there's been some problems still with the mast on boat number 5. So as we look at it, I would suspect boat number 5 is this one here, just tacking, which is Regatta Club Oberhofen. I would suspect it's either these guys that will still have that OCS hanging over them, or NRV. So we'll wait for confirmation on that. As soon as we hear, we will update you on that.
So that would be painful indeed for boat number 9, having won the start. You can see the green mark just going out of picture there. Boat number 6 just ducking behind boat number 1. Boat number 1 immediately going into attack. Can they roll on top of boat number 6? Boat number 9 still in the lead, just getting in front of boat number 8, which is Norddeutsche Regatta Verein, the other boat that we wonder about as to whether it was over on over the line early. So 8 and 9. Put the 2 boats up at the front of this fleet at the moment, potentially might not get a finish gun at the end.
Well, it's interesting again because this wind's clocked round towards the right a little bit and they're into this top right corner. in that background picture, look, you can see that it's got a little bit more shine and a bit more glass, and that the rigs are coming a bit more upright. So the breeze is dropping in this top corner. It also is drawing them towards that right side of the lake. By being drawn away towards that, the left shift isn't as prominent, and so the boats that favoured over towards that side straight away actually were the ones that potentially suffered more. So there's NRV squeezing around on the inside boat number 2, which is a Union Yacht Club Wolfgangsee.
And then around it is boat number 4, St. Petersburg Yacht Club in 4th place, followed by boat number 1, Société de Régate Rochelaise from France. A bit of a gap back to boat number 6, Regatta Club Bodensee, ahead of boat number 3. Boat number 3 being Yacht Club Breitenbrunn from Austria. And then bringing up the rear is Bayerische Yacht Club, boat number 7. But getting away nicely in boat number 9, the spare boat is Regatta Club Oberhofen, but with that big question mark hanging over them, were they over on the start line? You can see the stadium behind, so that stadium will be completely full later on this afternoon. Fantastic place to watch the racing live. So Regatta Club Oberhofen, skippered by Stefan Zeger, then Jörg Eiskleman, Eliane Boni, she's a kindergarten teacher, and then Simon Brugger. Oh, what are we hearing? That Regatta Club Bodensee have been pulled out of the race?
Well, looking at it, the jib's rolled up. Kite's just been pulled down there on the far side with the red-tipped boat, boat number 6. And it looks like they have been given the information that they were the OCS boat. So they do try to pull them out at the Windward Mark or shortly after, so it doesn't affect those results. So not the result they were looking for. So Regatta Club Bodensee, for all the Swiss fans here, will be disappointed to see that boat returning back on that far side. So it means, though, out in front, Regatta Club Oberhofen, after a great start and that first tack onto port and crossing in front of everyone, set themselves into a really good, solid position.
So, great sailing by Regatta Club Oberhofen, who have a nice lead on Norddeutsche Regatta Verein, who also got a good start and are up into second place, with Union Yacht Club Wolfgangsee in the background, going for a higher lane, pushing the boat higher, but not necessarily doing particularly well from trying that different approach. And occasionally the Jenica going soft. That's with our leaders, Regatta Club Oberhofen.
So getting ranging from about 6 up to 8 knots of boat speed downwind, and so trying to tap into that resource of a little bit more breeze. When they can identify a bigger gust, then of course. So here we go, bottom of picture. We can now see Regatta Club Oberhofen. Now the speed comes up. We've got about just over 8.5 knots. So suddenly, if you're not in that breeze, you're at least 2 knots slower. So that's pretty impacting. If you're going downwind and you drop out of the breeze, you definitely know you're going to be going 2 knots slower than someone that's in the breeze.
That's quite an early drop on Regatta Club Oberhofen, but it means that they've got that Jenica fully away by the time they go around the leeward mark. So they've chosen to go the right-hand side towards the stadium side of the race course. What will these boats choose? The next 2 are also choosing to go this side, so they really like the right-hand side of the race course. And it's Union Yacht Club Wolfgangsee that have got in ahead of Norddeutsche Regatta Verein. So that's a bit of a loss for the Germans, who we're on board with now. Barefooted Toby Schadewald in 3rd place. That's a perfectly respectable place to be, but he would want to overtake Union Yacht Club Wolfgangsee and get back up into 2nd place if at all possible. So he's gone for an early tack, looking for his own way up this course.
Well, Norddeutsche Regatta Verein, which is who we're looking at right there, if they can pull up a place, they're currently sat 7th overall, and even if they went up to 2nd place, it would still only sort of be level pegging with 5th, 6th and 7th, all on equal points. So for them to actually make any big jump and see them climb up into a solid 5th place, they would need to take this win. But that's a big gap there between Regatta Club Ovenhofen and Norddeutsche Regattaverein.
So the spare boat working nicely for Regatta Club Oberhofen, who we're looking at there. They've got 3 sets of legs over the side. I thought this was only 2 legs over the side kind of race, but maybe you're allowed as many legs over the side as you want.
If you've got legs, you might as well use them. So, but nice position here. So they came out of that gate mark, didn't go too far towards that right, stayed in this midsection. We can see that the breeze looking soft on that far side of the course again. So that shows that you just need to be in this bit of pressure. Get over towards this left a little bit, get that little bit of a left shift as we're coming about halfway up the course now. Now the committee boat just coming into play. Be interesting to see how far left Regatta Club Oberhofen go. I'd be tempted to put a tack in. Oh, look, he heard me speaking. So take
outside
that tack
assistance
and be able to get back across towards that right. Use that breeze to come back across and hold that breeze back across. And again, what a nice defensive position with the other boats. But look at the angle they're on. Boat number 2, Union Yacht Club, Wolfgangsee, are on a much higher angle than what Regatta Club Ovenhofen are, and that's really starting to close the gap. But again, there we go, arms out, trying to use every little bit of leverage.
And at the front of that boat is kindergarten teacher Elian Bernie. And Simon Brugger next back. He's about to become a father for the 2nd time. He's got his mobile phone on full charge, waiting for the phone call because his wife is due to give birth any day now. And they've got a backup sailor ready to step into the spot. Till Zager at the moment isn't sailing. But if Simon Brugger suddenly has to disappear off to attend the birth of his 2nd child, then it will be Till Sager's his opportunity to step on board Regatta Club Oberhofen. Just sailing past the stadium, you can see it just at the top of Regatta Club Oberhofen's mast. That's where the local people and any visitors and other sailors can watch the racing. And then it's just the leader's just about to go past our commentary position where we're doing our talking from.
And it just shows again how engaging this is. You know, there's the people in the grandstand, there's the teams. They don't look like they're off on some rescue mission in these inflatable dinghies. This is where the teams position themselves ready to swap over into the boats. So don't worry, they're not just sat out there being a spare part or a movie part. So, but you can see all the people walking around, lots of runners out and about, lots of people on bikes. And you know, it's an amazing setup. Wherever you position around the lake, you've got a good view of the racing, and so a real natural amphitheatre of it.
And don't even bother going running around this lake unless you can run at Olympic speed, because there are so many Olympic athletes doing high altitude training here. It's embarrassing even trying to go for a run here, because there are people sprinting for 20 kilometres, 4 laps of this lake. It's incredible the speeds they're doing.
Well, we could name and shame a few people from our team that went for a little run, got halfway round and had to stop for a breather, and certainly wasn't breaking records. But it's yeah, exactly that, the pace that people are sort of running around here. It's I certainly wouldn't be putting running shoes on anytime soon. So
the air is thinner up here, and that also has an effect on sailing. As we see the leaders go round the windward mark for the final time, up goes the Janica on board Regatta Club Oberhofen, and just behind them is Union Yacht Club Wolfgangsee from Austria, who have pulled out a bit of distance on 3rd place Norddeutsche Regattaverein, who we pegged as the boat that had to win this race. 3rd place wouldn't be too shabby. But they would be hoping to attack on this final leg down to the finish. But the air is thinner here, so when you've got 20 knots of breeze, it doesn't really feel... Well, we've got 11 knots of breeze here at the moment. It doesn't look like 11 knots of breeze on the water, does it? In the way these boats are behaving, it's more like 7 or 8 knots of breeze.
It certainly looks like, with the altitude and stuff, that the breeze that kicked in, like even watching sort of the boats planing yesterday, you were like, wow, you know, these boats have got 15, 16, 17 knots of breeze, and there was a call there. Whether there was room to squeeze that. Sort of boat number 3 made a big call, hail up, but it looked like there was plenty of space there. If I was an umpire, I'd be just waving that clear. That didn't seem to be too much of an issue from my side of things. But as you say, yeah, the breeze is all in play.
So it looks like Oberhofen still in the lead, but Wolfgang Z from Austria have had a chance to get down on a lower line than them. So now they're doing a jibe to try and get on top of Regatta Club Oberhofen's breeze. So will we see a lead change here? From this angle, it doesn't look too bad for the leaders. So that's still boat number 9 in the lead on the right-hand side. That baton yet to blow through on the mainsail. It's just done that now. Oh, no, it hasn't. Just doing it now. That's it. That's a really horrible one when you forget to look up and you notice that the mainsail hasn't jibed properly. But they're not far off the finish line. Oh, but that was close in the end. That was really close. So they were overlapped at the finish. So that was a massive gain for Wolfgang C, who very, very nearly took the win off Oberhofen. So a couple of high fives on board Wolfgang C. That was really good sailing by them. Norddeutsche Regatta Verein, okay. Oh no, not happy. No, I think Toby Shadowell is not terribly happy with that race, just looking at his body language just then. What do you think, Corky? He's normally a mild-mannered kind of guy. I think he doesn't look that happy with that 3rd place.
No, well, I think the problem is again, as we march through all these races, the more races you get through, the less opportunity you've got for doing this. But this kind of racing, it's all about, like any other sailing, it's about minimising mistakes. You're always going to make a mistake out on sailing, and it's about being able to minimise it. So I always had a view on it, was like sort of, right, during this race, you're going to have 1,000 punches thrown at you. It's about how many you dodge and how many you access to gain your benefits from, but you're going to get hit by some of them, and it's about the people that take those mistakes and deal with them and don't let them knock it. But as I say, the further through the racing we get, the less opportunity these boats get to claw places back up. And I think sort of Toby knows that they're now in 7th place after 11 flights have been completed. Yep, still plenty more racing, anything can happen, but with 6 other teams up in front of them that they've got to get past, it's a lot of ground still to make up.
And the next best ranked boat was 13th overall, so that really was an opportunity for them to win a race in a fleet that wasn't the highest quality in that race that we just saw then. But anyway, Corky, talk us through the leaderboard and how that's worked out for Regatta Club Oberhofen with that race win.
So Regatta Club Oberhofen, who we just saw with that race win, they are 13th, and so just off the leaderboard. But let's have a look at this, how tight the points are. So nice little cluster of boats on 38. So we've got Pirogova, also got the German team of Wannsee. They're locked in on equal points, and so quite a battle. And so Norddeutsche Regatta Verein, we saw they're just 1 point back from them. A couple of boats on 36 points as well. Kreuzlingen and Badelag from Switzerland and Denmark. So the point's still very tight, but then now we've started to see a little bit of a gap creep out with those lead 2 boats, 1 point separating them. So the interesting one will be when they actually start to come into races head to head. So we'll have to have a little look through on the old flight listing and the pairing listings and see if we can identify when we're going to see those lead boats. But actually a 6 point and 5 point gap respectively from those lead 2 boats is quite impressive. We don't normally start to see that. There's always a point, 2 points in it, because to try and just ease out that gap. But it only requires one of those boats, Kongeleg Dansk Yacht Club or Royal Sydney Yacht Squadron, to pick up a 6th, a 7th or an 8th place, and suddenly bang, we're back in and everyone's locked tight into it.
By contrast, look at Pirogovo from Russia in 6th place now. So yesterday they were having a fantastic run of it, a 1-1 2-1. I think third was maybe their last race of the day. It's not gone so well so far this morning, with a 5th and then a last place, an 8th, and that's really knocked them down quite significantly, because they were really chasing for the they were sitting up close to the top of the leaderboard, so that's how quickly things can go wrong.
Yeah, they were in second going into today's racing, and so yeah, two not great results, and suddenly they've chalked up a fair amount of points, and that has slid them down to 6th. So when we're going into today's racing, the teams that had made the biggest jumps were the Royal Sydney Yacht Squadron, who after flight 1 were back in 17th. Well, now they're up into to 2nd, and were 3rd sort of going into today. So they've continued that drive forward. The other teams that had made big jumps were Pirogova, but as we've just said, they've suddenly decided to take a U-turn and head back down the opposite direction. But also Kalovik Badelag from Denmark, they've also had a fairly solid run of it as well. So we're starting to see some real strength of teams and of these. So we've seen the Swiss, they're strong. We've seen the Danish team strong, there's a good couple of German teams strong, but the one that's really mixing it up is the boat from down under, which as Ollie Schwal said earlier in his interview, is that it's superb to see that the leagues are global now, and that they're starting to track across to the same Champions League.
Absolutely. Wouldn't that spread the word about league sailing if Australia were to win here in Europe against 23 teams from Europe? So this is gradually going global.
Kind of like your hit album, wasn't it? Really? Did that ever go global?
Didn't really get beyond Sutton Scotney, just north of Winchester.
Maybe a Christmas hit will have to come out instead.
So we're going to be getting into flight 12 fairly soon. That'll be race 34 that the organisers will be about to start, and Regatta Club Oberhofen are the one to watch from this next race, winners of the race that we just saw. Now they should be going into boat 5, which is the yellow boat. I see the yellow boat is back out there again, so hopefully spare boat has done its job, and yellow boat with the mast problems has now been repaired. That's what, I don't know that for sure, but that's what I'm hoping. They will be another one to watch will be WSV Almere Central in boat number 7 from the Netherlands. They're quite capable of slotting in some good scores, but apart from that, this again is not we're not seeing many of the front runners here. So in fact, Corky, who is the top ranked boat in this fleet at the moment, the one that we're about to see?
So the race that we're about to go in, as I say, the top ranked boat is in about 12th place, which is the German team of Württembergische. That's the one.
Württembergische Yacht Club from Germany.
So, but currently, as I say, we saw the leaderboard with the top leaders at about 31 points. They've got 49 points, so quite a hefty amount more. There'll be a big jump to crawl back up, but again, Regatta Club Oberhofen, they took that race win in that last race. Are they able to take another race? If they can claim another one, then we could start to see them crawl back up this leaderboard.
Well, it's about 2 minutes and 30 seconds to the start.
The next race is presented by Didon.
So there we are, looking.
That's Badroot's Palace,
so
where we're headed tonight for the ball.
The party destination this evening for all of the sailors, all being invited up. As last year it was a superb sort of real hospitality from the Swiss there, and just showing what a kind of large family the St. Champions League was. Last night we had the Grill King from barbecue with all of the sailors and teams there, and it's lovely. It brings all of the teams together rather than them all disappearing off and doing their own food. It's sort of by bringing them all together, it creates a really nice sort of atmosphere and everyone to laugh and joke about what happened on the race course. So not only is it a learning experience for the teams, great racing, nice and competitive, there's a real nice social element as well.
It is. It isn't just about the sailing, it's about the social aspect as well. But right now all these 8 boats care about is that it's 1 minute to the start of flight 12, and it's race 1 of flight 12. And the yellow boat we can see is back in play, and that's Regatta Club Oberhofen, winner of the previous race. Now, we saw that rarity of boats being over early on the line. What are we going to see this time round?
So we can see the green flag up. That means they are still going back towards that more right-hand green windward mark with 30 seconds to go. It's really interesting. They rack a long way back, but then they carry a lot of speed quite close up to the line.
But this is unusually late, isn't it? And everyone seems to be going for the committee boat end. I mean, I'm wondering if Oberhofen in the yellow, just out of picture, is even going to make it to the line on time. 15 seconds to go, and a lot of acceleration to be done in that time, and a lot of luffing at the committee boat end. This could all play into the hands of Oberhofen in the yellow, who have got really good speed on, and they could be putting their bow up. They're going to be late for this. They were very conservative at the start. But very few boats actually got a decent start there. I would say only Oberhofen in yellow and boat number 4 really managed to get decent starts. So very good start for boat number 4, Württembergische Yacht Club. And a lot of boats really with very, very average starts. Yacht Club Breitenbrunn in boat number 8 already tacking on port behind the rest of the fleet. So that was a real giveaway at the start, I thought.
Using the SAP Sailing Analytics, again, just to reinforce exactly that, the closest boat to the line was Leviathan sailing team, and they were still just shy of 11 metres off that start line. And they were the closest boat. If we pick up on Regatta Club Oberhofen, they were 14.5 metres away from that start line. So, you know, that's big distances in these boats and stuff. And if they had been forward, if their acceleration had come on 5 seconds earlier, they could have hit that line with real speed. And, you know, they were in a nice position coming off that line. They're now starting to be affected by this left shift a bit. If they were another boat length further forward, that's potential tacking ability to be able to go across this fleet. But at the moment, this looks like they're going to have to take some ducks.
Well, will they? Will they manage to get across boat number 4? This is a critical moment. Well, luckily for them, boat number 4's made it easy for them. So that's a very, very good position now for Regatta Club Oberhofen. And boat number 4 is Württembergische Yacht Club. So the 2 boats that got the best starts are now in first and second, which shouldn't really come as any surprise to anybody. But this is not the highest quality of racing that we've seen so far in this race. We're used to really high pitch of sailing, and I think for Regatta Club Oberhofen, that was sort of money for old rope off that start line.
It was a real get out of jail free card in that sense, you know, to be that late on acceleration, to be off that pin end and still be able to come into this position in a real commanding position. You know, you got Union Yacht Club Wolfgang Z again tucked down on that inner side. So unless any major shift came into play at that point, you're generally in a really controlled position here with Regatta Club Oberhofen. They're going to easily get round this mark before anyone starts to inflict any sort of starboard damage for anyone coming across.
So, will they be able to keep this together for the whole of this race? Can they get 2 back-to-back race wins? Because you don't get that very often. Round in second place is Württembergische Yacht Club. In third place, boat number 7, Almere Central, one of the most fancied teams of this fleet. In boat number 2, it's Wolfgang Z, second in the previous race. Boat number 1 is La Rochelle, the only French team here. Then a bit of a gap back to boat number 6, Regatta Club Bodensee. Boat number 8 is Breitenbrunn from Austria, and then going very slowly at the back is Leviathan Sailing Team from Russia in boat number 3.
And that's again, we highlight the start. They were the closest boat to the start line. They were still nearly 11 metres away from it, but they were the closest boat, and they're at the back of this race course. So
how strange is that?
So it identifies that. We had a lot of chat with the sailors about it, and again, because it's short course racing, is, you know, how much does the start play into it? Well, normally it plays a huge amount because it gives you your position and where you do. But there's a lot more sort of opportunity for overtaking or losses or picking up penalties due to the wind shifts, due to the conditions that we have here in St. Moritz. And so it's interesting that, you know, still they weren't pushing the line. But it'll be interesting as we go forward and see the next couple of flights when we start to have more of the top 10 sort of boats, whether they push it harder, whether they're still sat back.
Yeah. Well, that is the Dutch who have just jibed. So they've done an earlier jibe than the leaders, trying to attack from that side of the course. They've seen better breeze on the stadium side of the course, and they're going along quite nicely there with the pink Jenica. Still going for depth, and just off to the left is Württembergische Yacht Club. So now the leaders are going into the jibe. The yellow Jenica just rolling through that jibe. But are the leaders looking vulnerable here? There's a real spread across the racecourse.
Yeah, remember they've got quite a lot of depth down to the mark, so these boats are still going to have to come down. But interesting watching a few of the boats just ease that tack line now at the front of Spinnaker and just try and run a little bit deeper. So WSV on Mer Central were just, they had quite a bit more depth to them compared with Union Yacht Club Wolfgang Z on the far side, who have now put this jibe in. So it's the positions as they all start to squeeze in. And this will be a little bit sort of distorted from how it will look, but from that position, if you were looking at that camera and that's how it's working out for Regatta Club Ovenhofen, you're starting to really get the sweats now.
Yeah, it doesn't look good for them, does it? It looks like the boats further over to the far side of the course. The Dutch on the right of our picture just have a little bit more breeze, so that was a good spot by the Dutch to see that there is more wind on the far side. So I think this is going to be very close at the bottom mark, and no one is getting away with a clean race. Oh, look how badly wrong it's gone for the yellow boats. They've really dropped back from first place to maybe they're still third, but they're very much in a fight now.
Well, as I say, it shows that sort of, we say far side of course, but actually it was more down that middle section where this breeze is being driven down through those mountains and the pressure. But yeah, Regatta Club Omsi now got a lot of work to do. So long jibe, and look, they're headed towards the other gate mark, which is a real hit. Look at the bias on that gate mark. The boat's over towards the right. I reckon they probably lost both of those boats as well on the way round.
So down to third, possibly even fourth place for Regatta Club Oberhofen, and now they have to hope that they can get a decent seam of breeze on the left-hand side of the track as they sail away from the rest of the fleet. And they do at least have clear air where they are. Not all the other boats do, but it looks like good breeze on the far side for boat number 4, Württembergische Yacht Club leading this race. So it doesn't look good for the yellow boat out of picture now.
No, there's a nice sort of right-hand shift. Look at the lanes coming up, but boat number 4, and even comparing it to 2, sitting on that higher line. But that's where we always talk about, you get this left-hand shift over towards the left, which does allow it to kick back in, and so you can never write off boats on this left. But when the breeze starts to drop out, because it's a little bit of a kink in the lake, not anything significant, but there's enough that will drop that breeze sort of a knot or two behind the forest on the far side. As soon as that sort of comes into play, then suddenly you're battling not only a knot or 2 knots lighter breeze, your boat speed's then going to be suffering, might get a little lift, but as soon as you start coming back towards that other side, that lift then starts to filter out again. So this team on board now going for attack to bring themselves back into play, but I'd say they're really struggling. And as I say, looking at the overall leaderboard on that left-hand side at the moment, sees them down to 6th, or dropping down to 6th. Possibly a bit harsh, maybe I reckon they're more 5th or 6th, but considering they were leading that race, that's a pretty detrimental blow to that.
Well, that's the gap between yellow on the right and the race leaders. Boat number 4 from Württembergische Yacht Club from Germany now holding the lead, and the breeze has really come up. Boats leaning over, everyone fully hiked as hard as they can. Boat number 4 streaking away with this race right now. Just rolling into a protective tack. So all the front runners now on port tack. Württembergische Yacht Club looking quite comfortable, as We have just seen, though, no lead is ever really comfortable on this lake. That's Yacht Club. That's the Dutch Almere Central that we're on board with now, and they are in 4th place in this race.
So now with the breeze and the angle that they've got is really starting to use the kind of full length of the lake a little bit more. So they're, as I say, just going through that start finish line there. Back upwind on this leg.
And the lake is about 1.5 kilometres long. It's about 500 metres wide. So there's just about enough room. Well, there's actually plenty of room for the kind of courses that we want. But it's not a huge lake. We're using most of it for the racing that we're doing right now.
So there in the background, Regatta Club OMC, we can see squeezing back up to 3rd, but headed out a little bit further towards that right-hand side, furthest side away from where our camera is, over towards where the spectators are, looking for that to tap into that little bit of breeze. But here we can now see the Germans going for attack quite late on. Looked interesting, sort of a couple of the crew members late into that attack, whether that was a quick decision from the helmsman on board there to try and cover back. But Union Yacht Club Wolfgangsee are just below the jib. You can see them through the window on the jib, and this is going to be tight here. So Regatta Club Overhoffen just appearing in the background. There is Union Yacht Club. So Germans still in control here.
Getting out to the starboard ley line, so not much attacking room left for Wolfgangsee if they want to try and overtake Württembergische Yacht Club. Regatta Club Oberhofen leading the early stages of this race. They had one of the best starts. They're in either 3rd or 4th. Final tack of the race coming up for our race leaders, Württembergische Yacht Club. Roll tack. Use the momentum of the roll tack to get the boat up to speed. Now they go into the Barroway. Jenica already going up. Jenica already set. Nice set for the leaders, and a bit of a gap back to the Union Yacht Club Wolfgangsee, followed by Regatta Club Oberhofen in yellow. So not too bad. Still in 3rd place for Oberhofen. Not winning anymore, but 3rd's not too shabby.
Oh, interesting. Just 3 sort of key bits that we try to look for in sailing. Of course, there's a lot of other elements, but just trying to break down a race course to make it a bit more simplified is looking for 3 things: speed, distance and manoeuvres. And just to break that down, of course you want to be the quickest boat out there, have the best speed. They're one design boats, and of course having the quickest speed is certainly going to help, but it won't if you then decide to sail a greater distance. So then your next one is distance and trying to minimize the distance, and of course the manoeuvres. And what we mean by that, the tacks, the jibes, the boat handling sections. Just there, prime example, that jibe coming in there from Union Yacht Club Wolfgangsee,
which I'm sure Yellow would like to be able to do as well, but they tried to attack Wolfgangsee from to windward, and then in so doing sailed a higher line and then put themselves at a disadvantage compared with the 2 boats behind them. So a tactical mistake by Oberhofen there, who opened the door to the 2 boats behind them to be able to attack them. Coming down towards the finish, things have worked out very nicely indeed for Württembergische Yacht Club. It's going to be a pretty straightforward win for them in the end, the team from Germany.
That will see them into 12th position, but remember this is race 1 of flight 12, so all the other boats still to race at the moment, but they're currently sitting in 12th. Right into the line, it looks like Regatta Club Overhofen are going to squeeze in. They had good bit of speed on that higher line on the way in, so that is a second. So a first in the last race and a second in this one. I think there would be quite content with that.
Well, that's a good recovery, because I thought Oberhofen had made a mistake on that final run. I thought maybe they're going to get swallowed up by the boats behind, but that early jibe didn't work out for Wolfgang Z. Oberhofen held on and ended up getting a second, which I think is fair enough, because they were a little bit hard done by dropping first place in the first place on that first run in what was a very tricky race at times. But Württembergische Yacht Club, they were just coming back to the start, Corky. It wasn't a very high quality start that we saw in that race, but the two boats that got the best starts ended up first and second.
But that's it. It's sort of, we saw a 10-11 meter gap back from the start, and that's from when that start gun goes to the distance behind it. That's a big distance between that. So quickly now you see the teams going straight on, just setting the boats up, removing their battle flag. If you don't put your battle flag up, you pick up a point penalty as well.
Is that right?
So it's important that first bit goes on.
You can't get sailors to do anything unless there's a penalty attached, can you?
Well, useless bunch, aren't we, really, to be honest? It's
So the briefest of break-in proceedings while they switch over boats. It's a military operation, switching these teams over. It happens very, very quickly.
So it shows again the location and how well set. There's that little pontoon, there's the grandstand. Just behind it, a white tent that's just gone out of shot is where all the teams can leave their kit, their gear, they can run in and out, and again the restaurant and coffee shop right there. So once they've if they've raced in flight 1 like they have now, they know they've got a good sort of 20-30 minutes to be able to nip in and go and have a coffee. And certainly if they've raced in flight 1, race 1 of a flight, and then they're not racing till one of the last ones in the next one, you can end up with plenty of time to sit and just relax. Sometimes that's a good thing, allows you just to kind of switch off, see what else is going on, refuel, recharge. Other times it might be better, like Regatta Club Ovensee, where you get the chance to be able to go back to back. So there we go, NRV back out.
So will Toby Shadowelt have his shoes on for this one, or has he gone barefoot again? Really enjoying that bit of planing in the J70 on this beautiful lake, just doing a practice jibe. So let's have a bit more of a dig into why St. Moritz is such a venue for sporting excellence. I did an interview earlier with Martin Berthaud, who lives in St. Moritz. Martin Berthaud has been instrumental in bringing the Sailing Champions League to St. Moritz. Martin, thanks very much for having us along again this year. You brought the sunshine with you as well. But tell us why the impetus, why the desire to have the Sailing Champions League here?
Yeah, I think for St. Moritz and the tourism here, the lake is great. And in winter we have the frozen lake, then we have horse racing and polo. In summer we had no big events till 2012. So I was looking for another sailing event, and I got in contact with Oliver Schwall and Jochen Schümann, and that was the start of Sailing Champions League here in St. Moritz.
And there's an incredible sporting legacy here. You've lived here yourself for 38 years. I see Olympic athletes running around the perimeter of the lake. What is it about St. Moritz and the appeal to international sports people of all different kinds of sports?
We are known as an altitude training center since Olympic Games in Mexico in '68. That was the start of altitude training, because Mexico is on 2,000 meters above sea level, and then they were looking for a training area, and St. Moritz was just perfect. And now since then we have many athletes coming here to St. Moritz in all the different kind of sports, discipline, mostly long distance running or cycling, rowing, whatever. and they train here. And when you walk around the lake now, you see many athletes also from Kenya, from Africa somewhere, because they like the area, they like the climate, and also the sun we have here, and that's important for them. So they train here quite long. They are here for 2, 3, 4 weeks, and then they go from here to the different competitions all over Europe.
And what about the Sailing Champions League itself? What does it bring when it comes to St. Moritz?
It's great sport on the lake here, and for the spectators it's great because I have been in Porto Cervo for the same event, and then you are out somewhere on the sea, and here you are close to the sailors. You can watch, you can have some drinks outside, and then you come back to the tribune again. So it's good, it's fascinating, and for me sailing this special format is great. And with all the clubs from all over Europe and now from Australia, it's just great to have them here. And for St. Moritz, it's water sport is very important for the tourism.
Martin, we're very happy to be here. We're happy that you're happy to have the Sailing Champions League here. I hope it continues for many years.
We hope so too, to have a future with these great events here on the lake in St. Moritz.
It is pretty special to be able to come here. There are so many amazing things that go on from a sporting point of view, and it's great that Martin wants to make sure that sailing is a part of what St. Moritz entertains here up at 1,800 metres.
Well, it offers such a diverse range of sports. You know, it's just precedent on winter sports. We've known that for years, from the Cresta Run sort of being built to the Olympics to all sorts of
horses running around on this lake.
It's quite bizarre to sit there and think that's exactly what it freezes all over and they race horse on the lake, and here we are with some of the best clubs in the world all racing on the water, and but it's amazing. It does just show how moldable that St. Moritz can be by going, right, we're going to chuck on a sailing event now, we'll chuck on a running event or a cycling event, and then all the way through to their prestigious winter sport. So I know there's been a big push from St. Moritz side and the tourism board and people like Martin have been figureheads of that, of bringing multitude of different sports, but making it an all year round place to come.
Well, we are on a postponement at the moment, just waiting for the next race to get underway. So we will hopefully not have to wait too long for that. We've got some pretty hot teams going head to head in this one. So we've got Kallavik Badelaug from Denmark. They have led this regatta at some point. Farein Segler Vanzi, they were the early leaders of the regatta. They had an incredible set of scores, scoring a run of firsts and seconds before the wheels fell off a little bit yesterday afternoon. And then Norddeutsche Regatta Verein, capable of winning races, also capable of finishing last in races. The others are Heimelingen. We've got KSSS from Sweden, Frederikshavn Sail Club from Denmark, Uberlingen from Germany, and Société Nautique de Genève from Switzerland. So pretty good spread of teams, nations, although we do have 4 German teams competing in this one.
Well, interesting you picked up on Kallavik Badelaug. Yesterday, out of or sort of the 4 flights that they ran in, so they just started that 5th flight. It only got 1 race in, but out of that they won 2 of the 4 races on that. So they currently sit in 4th overall. So they've had a fairly solid sort of set of results. Their first race today, they got a 3rd. So again, if they can start to maintain a little bit of consistency, and again they're in this little cluster of boats. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 boats, all with sort of 3 points separating them. There's only those lead 2 boats that will be coming up in this next race, and so that will be the interesting one we've talked about in the race following this one. When were we going to see that lead Danish boat against the Aussies? And that's coming up shortly after this race.
We've got about just over 5 minutes to the start of the next race. Let's just remind ourselves about the 3 qualifying regattas that the sailors had to compete in, or they had to compete in one of those 3 anyway. And the first of those 3 regattas took place earlier this summer in Palma, Mallorca.
The battle for your birdie, Act 1, is over, and we have 8 great winners who are directly qualified into the final in St. Moritz. See you at the next act, which will be in Porto Cervo in about 2 weeks to go. Join us and follow us on Facebook and Instagram, and thank you for joining us.
Oh, I wish we'd been out in Palma earlier this summer. It did look amazing, didn't it? I was out there a couple of weeks ago for the GC32s at the Copa del Rey, the King's Cup, where the King of Spain himself, who went to the Olympics in sailing 24 odd years ago, he hands out the prizes and the trophies, so that's quite a big deal. Anyway, I love that place, and what a great place to have one of the qualifiers. And we've got quite a few of the successful teams that came through from that qualifier in Palma competing in this very next race. We've already talked about Kalavig Badalaug, and we're on board with KSSS with Bjorn Hansen, the grinning koala bear at the back of the Swedish boat.
Still short sleeves, short legs, you know. Everyone else on his team always seems to be a bit more wrapped up. It's like his thermostat's broken, or it's just, you know, he just doesn't feel the cold at all.
No, it seems not. No, he's made of tough stuff, clearly. So Norddeutsche Regatta Verein, they won the qualifier in Palma, and they're also coming up to compete in this race. This is going to be really tough. We saw a pretty low quality start in the previous race. I don't think we're going to see people hanging back 11 metres off the start line in the start of this race.
Well, we certainly shouldn't with the calibre going into this race, as we identified with having the regatta rank so far. We've got 5 of the top 10 boats into this race here, so it'll be very interesting to see how they all go out and tackle this start. But a breeze moving around, a little bit of a delay again, sort of just trying to get everything settled in. Bjorn Hansen just taking that little bit of a run of it there, just trying to settle in, getting used to the conditions. But we are starting to see a bit more punch come through on these gusts, but then there's some actually bigger holes in between the gusts. So we had a bit more, I think, sort of stability yesterday with a bit more of an average or greater wind speed. But here we're getting some quite strong punchy gusts, but then actually it filters out and there's some quite soft spots.
Yeah, okay, so they're going to have to really keep their eye out for staying in those stronger seams of breeze, which you can see right there in the middle of the water there. You can see a darker patch of breeze, and you see that boat suddenly lean over alarmingly. So a perfect illustration of what you're just talking about there, Corky. Very unstable breeze.
And that's where it's all rattling down through. So you can see the wind having to do a fair sort of chunk of getting its work over through, but I'd love to say that's our moving studio, but it's not. That's one of the cable cars, obviously doing its famous job of getting people up high. Many of the walkers going up there, mountain bikers at the moment in this time of year, were on the train on the way up here. We there was surrounded by some pretty serious bits of kit that looked like we're gonna some very willing men and women wanting to throw themselves down a mountain.
Yeah, I'm much happier staying on the level on the water where we are right now. 1,800 metres is quite high enough as well. It's 3,300 metres up to the peaks surrounding this lake. So Really incredible surroundings, and I'm glad that we've got the visibility this year to be able to enjoy it, because you can't always see the tops of those mountains. I don't think we saw much of them last year.
No, even yesterday morning as we wandered down that little bit of a cloud cover, and then that sun started to break. There goes the yellow flag identifying we are off to the yellow windward mark. Again, just such a great system. Yellow, red, green. Just whichever the wind's setting up at, you just pull it up and off you go. No adjustment to the marks. Here we go. We're off and racing.
And it does look like we've got a good breeze lining up for this race. It's going to be a good one. We got some really high quality teams. In boat 1, Verein Seglerhaus am Wannsee, leaders up until about yesterday afternoon. In boat 2, Kungeliga Svenska Segelsällskap at the KSSS, one of the largest yacht clubs in the world, the Royal Swedish Yacht Club, helmed by Bjorn Hansen. In boat number 3, we've got Kalevig Badelaug from Denmark. Boat number 4, Norddeutsche Regatta Verein. That's who we're looking at right there, just going through the jibe. And look at the boom throwing across. There's a bit of force in that breeze right now. Boat number 5 is Uberlingen. We got 17.5 knots on the SAP sailing analytics, so really, really good breeze. Boat number 6 is where is boat number 6? Can't even see boat number 6 at the moment. It's Société Nautique de Genève. Boat number 7, Frederikshavn Sail Club from Denmark, and boat number 8, Wassersport Verein Hemmelingen from Germany. 2 minutes 20 to the start.
Yeah, so we are seeing this average wind speed starting to creep up. Gusts starting to trickle in at about 8.
That's right.
The next race is presented by Kraftwerk.
So someone, I think third place in this regatta is going to take home a big set of Kraftwerk tools back to their yacht club.
Can't complain with that, really. So yeah, the prizes are pretty special. Sort of, I believe the lead team take Breitling watches, and then second place is a lot of the garden furniture for their yacht club from Didon, is it? And so some pretty special prizes, and it really brings into how much the clubs are involved. You know, these are representing the clubs from around the globe. But not only that, be interesting if the Aussies go home in second with all that furnishing, how they manage to get that back on the aeroplane. So I'd leave that to one of the logistics guys to sort that out.
Yeah, will they get to keep their watches, the sailors, or do they have to hand those over to the yacht club? I hope they get to hang on to them. They do all the hard work on the races here. We've got 50 seconds to go, and now it's the time for these teams to work out which end of the line they want. We're looking at Wannsee, who are very capable of winning races, but the trouble for them is there are lots of other teams in this particular race who are equally capable of doing so. It's race 2 of flight 12. We've got 30 seconds to go, and we've still got quite a gap. I thought we'd see boats having closed up on the line a bit earlier than this. It looks like it's a little bit port end bias to me. I think there's a bit of bias towards this end of the line. 17 seconds to go, and the closest of those boats for us is Kalevig Badelaug from Denmark, who are going to have this pin end all to themselves, and I think there's a lot of sailing left to do. I thought they were going to be closer up on the line, but it looks like everyone is going to be late. There's going to be no one over. And good start at this end, but with no control over their destiny. Further up the leg is Kalevig Badelaug, but it does look a little bit pin end bias, so already they're a little bit poked out, and I wonder even now if they would be able to tack and cross the rest of the fleet. So I think that was a bit of a giveaway. I don't think that the fleet particularly noticed the pin end bias on that start.
Well, this team right here, Kalevig Badelaug, they were the closest to the line, and again we're still 12 meters off that line. So it's really interesting. Everyone's being fairly nervy about this start line. Now, if you were able to attack a little bit earlier, then that would be a big old jump.
Well, they've got the reward they deserve. Keflavik Badalaug got the best start. They started at the best end of the line, and they have been able to do an early tack and cross the whole fleet, which you don't see very often. So that is round one very much in the Danes' favour. That's a massive feather in their cap. And in this breeze, it's going to be harder for the boats behind to attack them. Already going into their next tack, and the Danes looking in a very good, strong position just 1 minute after the start. So much has happened already.
Yeah, they've really solid sort of position coming back, covering that. Got those boats out towards that right-hand side. Well, sort of out of their control. So another little tack back here, straight on top of boat number one. That is Wannsee, and very interesting sort of going into today. They were the boat with the quickest average speed over ground and the max speed. Max speed was 13.9 knots. And average speed was 6.14, so very capable of getting these speeds, but now it's a matter of converting those into places on the racecourse and making sure they can hold themselves. But at the moment, it is this Danish team that was a superb start, getting off that line, getting that tack in early, taking the jump and being able to climb up above them, but nice and controlled at the moment.
That's the helmsman Lars Wilhelmsen on board Keflavik Badalaug, making his thoughts known to the rest of the crew. Sofus Djavik, Jesper Vogelius and Nikolai Tiedemann. Another tack. They've already done so many tacks. They must have, this is their tack to the ley line, but they've done a lot of tacks up the centre of this course. But it was that start that really rewards them now with rounding the top mark in first place. Up goes the blue Jenica, no hanging about. Round in second place is Wannsee from Germany. And then round, it's very close amongst the next boats. Boat number 2 is KSSS from Sweden. Boat number 5, Uberlingen from Germany. Then boat number 7, it's Frederikshavn Sail Club from Denmark. And very congested, as it often is, in the middle of the pack.
So very tight, and it just shows that why that stat of over the last races we looked at, you know, the person that went out and won the race had to go round that windward mark in the top 3. And again, I think that's a fairly similar one for these to see, even though there's some fairly big shifts out there and big gusts. With the boat so tightly packed, they have such an impact. And each sailor, we've seen it time and time again, get a bit blinkered, look at the boat right next to them and how they're attacking, and suddenly there's 2 or 3 other boats to their other side that suddenly then capitalise on it.
Well, one boat we can't see in picture at the moment is Norddeutsche Regatta Verein, second from last. So they have high hopes of being able to win this regatta. This is a club that's won the Sailing Champions League in the past, but not looking good for the Germans at the back. The only boat behind them are the Swiss, Société Nautique de Genève. Keflavik Badalaug just about to roll into a jibe. They get through the jibe. Still a fairly comfortable lead for them. And the third boat, KSSS, has also jibed before the second place boat, which we're looking at. That's Wannsee. And the
speed
skipper
difference just up in the back of picture there as the boats were accelerating away. Look like these guys are going to be late into that breeze. So boats that have jibed early have got that breeze. And so we see that inside line. Look at the rest of the fleet, all just taking that higher line up and making sure they're holding that higher line. So you can see the German team down here, closest to picture, hold a lower line, but maintain that speed through, because these teams accelerated forward very early on those early jibes, but when they come back, will they lose that pressure again?
I like where these Germans are, the black tipped sails here. I think they've got quite good breeze there.
They look solid, and they're low enough on that line that they're set up for the gate already. So if they maintain this lower, so you can see them trying to soak a little bit when that breeze comes in, they power it back up, the acceleration comes on, but they are going to put a lot of pressure on the Danish team that are now approaching in on starboard.
So now, are they going to be able to get across the leaders? Is this going to be new race leaders that we see as they jibe on board Wannsee? Tim Elsner steering the boat through that jibe. Maybe they're going for opposite gate marks. So it could be a split that we're about to see. So we got Germany front of picture. We got our former race leaders, Kalevik Badelaug from Denmark, taking opposite tacks. But I would say at the moment the advantage is with Germany at the bottom of our picture, and quite a big gap back to the rest. One of the boats on the far side planing in at high speed. I wonder if that's Norddeutsche Regatta Verein.
Yeah.
Is that them making up lots of speed? So that's a big gain.
13 knots downwind, so they've picked up a lot of speed. Have they got the overlap in time?
I
they
think
have,
they do.
and so that's been a big gain. So going from 7th to 3rd, if they're able to hold that position and close that gap, a great comeback from Tobias Shadoval. You can see that breeze now starting to go. They're ditching that top section of that mainsail. That's the first bit to go, allowing that twist in the mainsail to ditch some of the power out. So this breeze is increasing. We're seeing it at about 18, just shy of 19 knots at the moment. But there are little bits of gust starting to trickle in, where we're seeing 19 now, 19 and a half. So this breeze is starting to dial up.
So who's going to win the first cross between the two leading boats that went out separate sides? The mainsail really turning inside out. Breeze is very high now. It's over 18 knots. So these are fantastic sailing conditions for the J70. What a switch around. This breeze can change so quickly. It looks like the Danes might have reclaimed their lead. They're on starboard tack. If they're on collision course, but it doesn't look like they are, it looks like the Danes are just marginally ahead. So the advantage just... Oh no, I take that back. I think it is collision course. And the Germans are having to tack back. So this is marginal advantage back to Denmark. They're in the controlling position to windward of the Germans.
Surprised they didn't take that a little bit closer, just to kind of apply a bit of pressure, unless they want them to track back here. But last thing I'd want to be is have them that close, sort of that sort of distance apart, because it now means that you're sort of stuck with them. You're not able to actually put any tacks in until they kind of create it. By getting a little bit closer, you might have been able to force a position and at least give you that option. But it's there we go. We also see Bjorn Hansen creeping in, letting these two get into a bit of a match race and a battle, and that's what we're saying sort of at that first windward mark. Very easy to become blinkered on the one boat that's nearest to you, and bang, suddenly out comes that. And again, we talked about Norddeutsche Regatta Verein. They had that awesome bit of pace down that side and have brought themselves right back into it, but we can see there's still a big gap back to them.
So we're in a 3-horse race now. Can Bjorn Hansen and KSSS in the light blue boat, can they mix it up between the front two? So boat number 1 nearest to picture, looking like they're on a pretty good heading, and looks like they've got a bit more breeze than the other two boats further down. So this could be the Germans moving up into a marginal advantage, although on our leaderboard on top left of picture they are listed as 3rd at the moment, but I think it's very close between the top 3.
Yeah, it looks like Bjorn Hansen being bounced twice there from that tack by the Danes, but it is actually Bjorn Hansen coming back, and he'll be attacking Wannsee here. So it is going to be a lot tighter, and it's certainly not over. But so far, Kalevik Badelaug seem to be doing a nice solid job of just keeping a bit of distance away.
That's very smart sailing. They could have tacked on top of the Germans. They chose not to. They're trying to herd both boats, both the Germans and the Swedes, in the same direction. And now they're leaving it to Germany to put some heat on Sweden. So Denmark, they're getting aggressive when they need to, and they're being laissez-faire. They're standing off when they need to. Now they think it's time to put some heat on the Germans. But I think that's very, very smart sailing by Denmark. We're on board with Germany right now with Tim Elsner and the team from Wannsee. Elsner looking around, looking for feedback from his team, holding his line on starboard at the moment. Don't think they're on ley line yet.
No, they look just below ley line at the moment, and there's the extra sort of tap up They're very close up onto that line, but they have got that little bit of wiggle space. So it'll be interesting. Looks quite soft over towards that far right side, but it'll be interesting when we see the Swedes now start to come back across. How are they going to pitch? It looks tight. I think sort of the Danes are probably just going to squeeze in front, but they're lacking that little bit of breeze. Now that breeze comes on, but they're going to have to go bow forward on the Swedes if they're to hold it. So it's going to be pretty tight.
Oof, very close. Surely there's going to be a flag. Here. I think the Danes should get away with that, but whether they will get away with that, I don't know.
Depends on the view of the umpires, whether they felt that was the case, but that was a pretty bold call.
So I think that was a green flag that was just shown. So the Danes are okay. They go round in first place. And meanwhile, KSSS has displaced Wannsee from second place. So boat number 2 is now in second place. Boat number 1, back a picture, now in third place. Can the Germans from Wannsee, can they attack the Swedes who have just stolen second place from them?
And again, no real surprise as we kind of look at how those boats have gone round the top. The lead 3 boats that are out in front were round that top mark in the top 3 again. So straight as that, look, you can see the team sliding back, the bow starting to raise. There's a bit of a gust going down. Looking at the breeze, it's still looking slightly softer. Look at that darker patch out in front. That's the patch the Danish have been trying to keep back onto, trying to tap into a little bit higher, keeping those feet high so they're not hitting those waves. Big shout and aggressive.
Yeah, what's the shout about? There's a bit of a smile afterwards, but
I think they're pleased.
I think that's a yes.
I think there's a pretty
they've crossed.
Bit of relief as they come into the line. They're definitely pretty stoked with that one.
Well, that was a big one to win. There were a lot of big teams in that race, and they have come out on top. Look at the speed of the Swedes. Planing at full bore. Wonder what speed they're doing. They must be doing something up to 14 or 15 knots there, I'm guessing. And are they going to cross in second? It looks like they do. So very good by Bjorn Hansen, the guy in the t-shirt and the shorts, coming in comfortably ahead in the end of Seglerhaus am Wannsee from Germany. Sailed a pretty solid race and a big gap between those 3, and that's the 4th place boat. Look at the big gap back to the purple boat being sailed by Frederikshavn Sail Club from Denmark.
They're all coming down. If when the camera pans out, you'll see the fleet coming in. They're all charging. All of the teams are locked into the back of the bus there and full speed. Here they come. So there we see
Norddeutsche
Regatta Verein coming through again. So we're seeing close to up to 14, 15 knots of boat speed downwind in these gusts. So this gust really starting to have a bit more punch to it now.
And that's Heimelingen going across, and Ubelingen still to cross in last place in the yellow boat. Disappointment for Norddeutsche Regatta Verein. 5th place, just not good enough. It's just not working out for Norddeutsche Regatta Verein. We will update you with the standings in a moment. But that's going to do wonders for Kallavik Badelaug's standings, having won that race and done it with some style. They won the start. They managed to cross and tack and cross, which we don't see very often. If you get the pin end, yes, you get good speed out of the line, but then you don't have much control over the fleet. But they managed to poke their nose out enough to be able to take an early tack, and that was the moment really where they won the race.
I think, seeing where this breeze is coming from, yesterday we saw that breeze slowly clock right, and it's got a sort of sense of looking at that wind chart that it's doing that again. And again, so the breeze being stronger, filtering down that right-hand side. So I think once you've got that opportunity, you've got to bank it. You've got to take that opportunity to tack, cross when you can. So yeah, great race for the Danish there. This team on board here, the Swedes, KSSS, they had a great race and saw that speed right down towards the end. But it does show that, one little mistake, one boat handling error, one sort of having to ditch out of a bad lane and try and find a new lane, and suddenly someone else is straight alongside you.
Very good sailing by the Swedish to get into second place. It was an interesting second beat. It was a 3-horse race. No one was really getting away with it in that one. But I really like the tactics of Kjellvik Badelaug. It's really easy to get caught up in a match race and get fully focused on one boat and forget that there are other boats in the race. And they could nearly have been accused of that, but I don't think they did. I think they always saw the bigger picture.
No, I think they came clearer towards the top end of that final upwind leg. It was just really clear that they were happy to sit there and go, well, I'm going to go hard cover now when I needed to and force a bit of directional change from some of the teams, and when they needed to go soft cover, they did. So what we're talking about with hard and soft covers is just if you tack directly to windward of another boat, again, all of that disturbed air off your sails adds as a big wind blanket, doesn't it? And it just slows them down and then affects their wind. So you'll see that boat tack out and go for clear air. A soft cover means that all you're doing is positioning yourself where you're not affecting their breeze, but you're able to track that boat in the same direction. So when they do need to tackle or make a maneuver, you're able to track back with them. So some clever use of covering when the pressure started to mount and suddenly there were those two tight crosses early in that sort of second upwind leg. But then for them just to get that little bit of breathing space towards the end, it shows the calibre of the sailors that are there, but it shows that you've got to be fully focused and go out and win these races. And consistency at the moment, a race win will bolt another point onto their leaderboard, but with still one more race to be had in this flight, and the top three boats will all be racing in this. So if they this could quickly affect, so Kjellvik Badelaug sort of race there, not only did they take the win and they've put the pressure on, they could really be chomping at a bit on those top three if they were to have a bad race in this one.
Yeah, so we thought the last race was crucial. This one, you could argue, is even more crucial. We got 4 out of the top 5 in the overall standings competing in this. So Kjellvik Badelaug, winner of the previous race, the only one of the top 5 not in the next race. So the ones to watch in the next one are the other Danes who are leading overall: Kongelig Dansk Yacht Club, the Royal Danish Yacht Club, the Royal Sydney Yacht Squadron from Australia, Kreuzlingen from not far away from this part of Switzerland, and then Pirogovo from Russia. So 4 different nations to watch, 4 out of these 8 boats in the next race, all vying for the top of the leaderboard. So we're looking at a really crucial race coming up.
And this is our defending champions, Circolo della Vella Bari, as well. So not having the week they wanted here. They took the win last year, but this one they've struggled to find a bit of pace, and certainly the last couple of races they've had a 7th and an 8th, and they picked up a penalty in that last one, which was disastrous for them. So they, again, someone that we can't just not take our eyes off. They certainly got the calibre to turn it back on, but have they got enough in the tank, and is there enough races for them to start to creep back up? So we'll keep an eye out on it. Other boats that are out on the water: St. Petersburg Yacht Club, Berriska Yacht Club from Germany, they're also out on the water. Club Nautique de Versailles, they're also out on the water as well. So a good cluster of high caliber teams, but as Andy said, 4 boats from the top 5 all going into this, and this could really shake up the leaderboard.
Well, this is almost like a finals race, what we're looking at, because Circolo della Vella Bari, they may be in 11th place overall right now, but they did win last year. They are winning races this year. Club Nautique de Versoix, they've won races this year. So we've got so many hot teams. Now, I've said in the previous race, surely we're going to see them close to the line, and they weren't. With the last 2 races we've seen of this flight, the sailors have been a little bit asleep on the start line. Are we actually going to see a competitive start this time round?
Well, it just surprises me, really. Like, sort of, the last place you want to give distance away is before you've even started a race, and suddenly if you're going, right, I'm starting 15 metres back, okay, it's clearly proven that it's not the be-all and end-all that's of that race course, but that's still a significant chunk to give someone before you've even started the race.
I wonder if part of it is that the breeze has come up quite a bit compared with previously, and judging their time on distance is difficult going from race to race when the conditions are changing so much. We've got the yellow flag flying, so that means yellow windward mark is what we're aiming at. One of the shore crew is doing some adjustments to the standing rigging, the rigging that holds up the mast, and no one's allowed to change that stuff except the shore crew, so that the sailors have to race with the boat that they're given. The only things they can adjust are the sheets, the main sheet, the jib sheet, the halyards and the kite sheet. So a very tight operation being run here, making sure that all the boats are kept in top trim, kept in top racing condition. We're on board with Bayerischer Yacht Club from Germany. Veit Hemmeter is the helmsman, along with Theresa Hemmeter, Jan Nürnberger and Poldi Lindner doing the bow. That's the pin end. That was the end of the line that you wanted to start at last time, up near the orange flag. It's tended not to be the favoured spot. Corky, just remind us of those stats that you did some work through the SAP Sailing Analytics, and you found some interesting trends from the racing up until the end of yesterday. What was working on the start line?
Yeah, so this was from flight 6 through to that first race in 10. So this was all just as of yesterday. But really identified that there was a fair chunk of the race wins came from the committee boat end. Certainly NRV, they all 3 wins they got were from the committee boat end. But there was at least 80% of the races were won from that committee boat end. And as we've highlighted in some of the racing as well, that 8 of the 13 races that were won yesterday were led at that windward mark from the lead boat. But anyone that won the races all needed to be in that top 3 at that windward mark.
One of the things that I've heard the sailors say, and we were speaking to Tom Ruger from Kreuzlingen earlier this morning at breakfast, was maybe the starts aren't as competitive here as they've been at some of the qualifiers because it's such an open race course. So winning the start is not necessarily the key move to winning the race. So why risk being over early on the start? Tom was saying that the starts in Porticevo at the qualifier earlier this year were much more competitive. We were in Porticevo. Let's just have a look back at that qualifier and remind ourselves of the lovely weather we enjoyed in Porticevo. The One Ocean Sailing Champions League in Porticevo started off with 3 days of champagne sailing under sunny skies and good breeze. However, a rainstorm on the final day brought an early end to the regatta. With 13 out of 15 flights of the racing schedule already completed, the strongest clubs still rose to the top, and the reigning champion Circolo della Velabari won the regatta. This second qualifier of the 2019 season achieved 2 important aims. It has determined which 7 clubs will go forward to contest the final in San Moritz this August, and it has helped to bring greater awareness to the environmental aims and vision of the regatta's presenting partner, the One Ocean Foundation.
The spirit that has been immediately shared, easy because they are sharing the same passion and the same problem of the sea. They immediately accepted to be partners of the foundation. They signed Costa Smeralda. They bring in our brands on the sales and their activity, and they helped a lot, and they gave us a lot of great support in terms of strength.
Circolo della Verabari, that's who we're looking at there. They were the winners in Porticcevo. They were the winners here in St. Moritz last year, but they really need to win this next race coming up if they're going to have a chance of being able to defend their title, because they can't afford many more mistakes. I think they've had something like 7-1, 7-8 in their last 4 races. So yeah, the one is good, but they've copped a couple of expensive penalties at crucial points in the race, which have knocked them back down. I think maybe they're feeling a little bit hard done by with the penalties, but they also know that's life in this kind of racing.
Yeah, well, you know, we all go out there, we all race. Every sailor knows that, you know, to have a good race, you've got to have a clean race. You know, as soon as you pick up a penalty, you're then keeping fingers crossed that other boats in front of you pick up penalties to allow you to make those gains again. It's certainly by all means not sort of over at that point, but it does certainly put a lot more pressure on you. So you can see that yellow flag up. So we will be going to that yellow windward mark, just as I'm saying, 3 minutes to the start of the race.
The next race is presented by SAP.
Yeah, SAP, that's our gang, isn't it? SAP, we're part of the whole setup that brings that. We're the human end of all the statistical clever stuff that goes on behind the scenes that makes you sound so clever, Corky.
Well, exactly that. Just brings the real facts to what I'm saying then, doesn't it? So it's again, a real good opportunity if you've not experienced them yet, or would like to know the leaderboards, would like to know a little bit more about the teams and distances, speeds and stuff that have been happening, then head to sapsailing.com. And then, of course, there's all the regattas that are being covered. Of course, we're here with the same Champions League final here in St. Moritz. So give that a click, and then it will bring up all of the races that have happened, the live leaderboard, and you can see the leaderboard changing right in front of your face as the race is going on. So it's very easy to follow. Again, we've got the clock ticking down there as well, but lots of opportunity to watch the racing. Click on the teams you want to follow and highlight them. So a great tool, very analytical. So if you would like to delve into a lot more detail, then you can do. But to simplify an already very complicated sport, SAP have done an amazing job with that.
Well, we have got a really, really high quality race coming up in just over a minute's time. I'm really excited about this one. Corky, who's your pick to win this one? I've got. I'm going to go with the Aussies on this one. I think they've just been ticking away. They've had a nice solid race in the race before. Again, just nice and consistent and keeping themselves in it. But I just, at the moment, we've not really seen any pressure kind of get to them at the moment. So we'll wait and see, though. Well, one boat that's under pressure is boat number 2. It's Circolo della Verabari. They're my pick to win this race. They can't afford not to win this race. But at the moment, they're a little bit second row with 30 seconds to go. So my Italians have a bit of work to find themselves a spot on this start line. 25 seconds to go, and we are seeing the boats close in on this start line a little bit earlier than we have done in the previous 2 races of Flight 12. Down nearest this end of the line is boat number 7. That's Kreuzlingen with Tom Ruger at the helm. He's controlling this end of the line, and up at the other end it's boat number 8 that's looking quite close. That's your Aussies in boat number 8. We're coming down to the final second. It's a clear start, and a good start for your Aussies, a good start for my Italians in boat number 2, and a good start down this end for Kreuzlingen in boat number 7. But are they going to be able to tack and cross the way that the Danes could to win that race in this previous flight? Not as we see things at the moment.
Certainly with the breeze there as well. This is what's a challenging part of the sailing now, is that these gusts coming through, they've got a lot more poke to them, and because of that, as soon as you're not reading that wind coming in, not dealing with that, then suddenly the boat heels over, the boat slides sideways, you stall a bit more. And certainly as you come off out to the start here, this is where you are properly blinkered, locked in on your start, trying to sail the boat as quickly as possible and on the best opportunity. So Kreuzlingen there, we're closest to picture. They were at that pin end, just trying to get up. But again, a great start from numerous boats. So the bulk of the fleet, there's Pirogova had taken an attack and headed out towards the right-hand side. So they're the furthest boat towards the right, as you see it. And so far, according to our stats, that's looking a pretty comfortable place to be in.
I think Conga Dance Yacht Club in the yellow boat, boat number 5, looking in pretty good position, and boat number 1 just to windward of them is Bayerischke Yacht Club, also looking pretty good. So I quite like where those two boats are, still on starboard tack, the only two boats left on starboard tack on this side of the course. Boat number 5 tacking on the face of Kreuzlingen, so the Danish making life hard for the Swiss there.
Interesting. We talked about all these distance to start lines. Well, nearest boats were 7 meters off from that line, so a lot closer to that start line for the size of boats again, and but a lot tighter, and most of the boats all in a similar sort of pack there as well.
Boat number 6, the red boat, poked nicely out on the far side. That I can't see as Club Nautique de Versoix, so they've won races before. They're not in the top 10 at the moment, but they are capable of winning races overall. If they were to win this race, this would just about lift them up into the top 10. Well, that's Versoix, with coming across their bow is boat number 1, and that is Bayerischke Yacht Club having a good one. But round in first place is the Conga Dance Yacht Club, the Danes from the Royal Danish Yacht Club going around ahead of the Germans for Bayerischke. Now it's really congested. Just getting around in third place, that's Royal Sydney Yacht Squadron, and the Italians way at the back. My Italians, Cioccolo della Velabari, it's really not going terribly well for them. That's Pirogovo, who've also held the lead in this regatta, not having a great race. And in boat number 4, it's St. Petersburg Yacht Club bringing up the rear. So the Russians in third from last and last, with the Italians sandwiched between those Russian crews, and a bit of a gap up to the leaders. So a lot of work for the Italians who we're on board with right now.
Yeah, really struggled just to find their sort of bit of rhythm here this year. Whether it's the stronger breezes this year have shaken things up or not, but here we see a nice tight line with Royal Sydney Yacht Squadron squeezing down inside Kreuzlingen, and so Kreuzlingen were the ones that came off that pin end. So again, we see these lead boats. We saw these two in the middle of the line, sort of up towards the committee boat and coming up that midsection. You can see how tight. So this will get really interesting. Now we've got a couple of boats in tight tassels and good battles between each other. Will that open up the opportunity for suddenly boats in third and fourth to leapfrog and be back up into first and second? So over the far side we have the Aussies going past. But here we go, the Danish team. These are your overall leaders so far, holding that slightly lower line, coming down in towards, trying to pick the gate mark.
And Bayerischke Yacht Club really did a number on the Danes on that earlier jibe, but it looks like the Danes might be fighting back. But Bayerischke Yacht Club in 17th overall in this in the overall standings, really showing some of the front runners in this regatta how it's done. So really sailing way above how they performed so far are the Germans in the black tip sails.
Interesting as they come down towards this lower section late. Now that breeze has had a chance to settle down and be less disrupted. This is where we've seen these boats really start to fly and take off as they come down. And we see Kreuzlingen in the pink there, sort of just that little bit of a puff, and up they go, 11, 12 knots of boat speed as they now go into a jibe. So that suddenly settles back down again. The Royal Sydney Yacht Squadron taking a jibe in as well, but some big distances back from those lead two boats. Are we going to see a split, or are they going to have a battle for this near side mark? They're certainly looking for that overlap. From the from where that overlap is, I would have said they had that inside line. So just squeezing in front. Ooh. Yeah, there's the flag. I would have said they had an overlap because of the actual transom line that the Danish came across, but that has
Bayerisch
all
made a
gone
right
wrong.
mess of it.
That's
They got totally caught up with the protest, and look what a mess they've made of the actual mark rounding. So they lost sight of the bigger picture. Big, very close rounding between boat 6 and 7, and all green kites still up on boat number 8.
Aussies. So the kite's still up. You can see big broach. The kite's not come down. So all of the teams now starting to feel the pressure and push their way. So actually look, we can see the kite sheet round the end of the boom for the Aussies, and that was exactly the disaster that they didn't want. But again, yeah, Bayerisch Yacht Club got really absorbed in the protest and forgot they even had to go round the mark, and again, very blinkered and very lost. And so even for the Danish, if they did pick up that penalty, they'll quite happily do the penalty and still remain out in front at the moment. So
I think you'd rather do that penalty than make such a fluff of the leeward takedown.
All right, it's interesting that sort of now as this week's going on, that pressure starts to mount, all these points really squeeze up. It's really starting to shake up these teams and see who's where these points are starting to crack. And funnily enough, Circolo della Vella Bari, they were obviously back in 7th place. They've just watched all of this entertainment unfold in front of them, and by doing that, how slowly starting to creep back up. They've made a good couple of place gains there, and there they are in the the light blue boat coming in from right of picture. So still you can see a gap to go to those lead 4 boats, but before they weren't even in touching distance.
But look at Bayerisch Yacht Club, the black boat at the top of our picture. For all their fluff of that leeward takedown, they're still in a really, really good position. They found some really good breeze on the right-hand side of the course, and they look like they're back to threatening for the lead with the Danes. So they've got a get-out-of-jail card with some much better breeze, looking on a much higher angle than the Danes, who are now tacking. And Bayerisch, they just found some incredible breeze on that side of the course.
Is fluff a technical term? There's but if that's working for him, that seems to be paid out. But again, it'll be interesting whether when we start to get, they're only starting to track back up halfway up this course, they'll see the committee boat on that start finish line. So whether that left shift starts to come back and give the Danish that little bit of favoritism. But you can see how much they're having to ditch that mainsail now, sailing that little bit higher, that mainsail just completely flogging and losing that power. So gusts again 16, 17, 18 knots all starting to trickle through, but yeah, Bayerisch Yacht Club really have come back into it.
And Kreuzlingen on the right of our picture, boat number 7, also beginning to threaten for the front of this race. And we can't see them in picture, but there's another Swiss team, Versoix, that we need to watch out for. I think they're further over to the left, so sort of below where our picture is right now. Looks like the Danes are just going into attack, but they're not going to be leading on Bayerisch, I don't think. Oh, actually, it looks pretty good for the Danes as they go across. So maybe they do now have a piece of Bayerisch. Maybe there's an opportunity for Denmark to reclaim the lead in this race. That's with Versoix, who are in either 3rd or 4th right now, just going into attack. And still quite a big gap between the top 4 going back to the back 4 in this race.
Yeah, interesting, that sort of, you know, that little bit more breeze, and something I was chatting to a lot of the sailors about is how important this the boat handling is on this. It's sort of, you know, the boats are all the same. You can have a great strategy, but one bad drop, one sort of stuff up on a tack or anything, and that can quickly change everything. But look how much things have changed over. Burigova tucked over on that far side. I'm not sure whether that would read right in terms. Now we start to see it sort of drop back, but let's say sort of Kongelig Dansk Yacht Club seems to be settled back in, and seems to be fairly stable at the front. They led at that first mark, led at the second mark after that sort of split at the gate, and they currently lead again. So it's business as usual at the moment.
Well, business is ebbing and flowing quicker than the Nasdaq stock market right now.
Well, the interesting bit is that if the Kongelig Dansk Yacht Club can secure a race win here, and certainly after Royal Sydney Yacht Squadron their race, how it's going at the moment, even with that great win in that last race from Kalavik Badalag, that would give them a good 6-point gap, which is generally, that's a monster gap in the same Champions League to have a 6-point gap. Well,
it's almost the whole race, isn't
it? So, you're not it can all obviously quickly disappear in one race if you have one bad race, but with the calibre, you would hope that even if you dropped a couple of points, it gives you a bit of wiggle room.
Yeah, so looking very good for Congo League Dance Yacht Club in the yellow boat, just getting the Jenica up now. Followed round by Club Nautique de Versoix, just taking second place away from Bayerischer Yacht Club with only the final run to go. So good gain by the Versoix, the Swiss boat that we're on board with now. And a bit of a gap back from Bayerischer Yacht Club back to the dark blue. And we haven't had much to say about
a whistle from somewhere, whether there is a penalty being applied or not. There was definitely a whistle, whether that just is a green flag and let it go. But just trying to keep an eye out here in shot. A couple of the umpires keeping an eye on what's going on between these two boats. And again, because these two are a bit more locked into a battle, it's allowing Congo League Dance Yacht Club to have a bit of a breathing space out the front.
It looks good for Bayerischer at the moment. They look like they got good breeze. They got good pace. Have they got a chance to be able to take back second place from Versoix? They're both closing in on the yellow leaders, so it's getting really tight now between the front three. And the leaders, the Danish, look like they're in a spot of bother. It looks like they've regained their composure now. But they haven't jibed their mainsail. Someone needs to look up and remind themselves that mainsail needs to, the top batten needs to jibe. Now it's flicked. And it looks like the Versoix on the far side could threaten, but yellow just pick up their skirts just in time to win that race by half a boat length from Bayerischer, who win by half a boat length from Club Nautique de Versoix. And then who's it going to be between the next three boats? Incredibly close across the line. It's going to be the light blue boat Circolo della Velabari, my Italians, that come across the line just in front of St. Petersburg Yacht Club ahead of Pirogovo, and then it's Kreuzlingen who come across in 7th, and in last place, Corky, it's...
Well, you don't go upwind with a spinnaker up your mast, I'll tell you that. That's textbook.
That's a little bit down under to do that, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's not great by the Australians.
But it was interesting, again, we sort of phenomenal performance from Congo League Dance Yacht Club. They really are, dealt with the pressure. They came under attack by Bayerischer Yacht Club straight away. They had the pressure early on from Royal Sydney Yacht Squadron and Kreuzlingen coming off that pin end. So the pressure was there. All the top teams were racked in there, and they were the ones that held their composure. Everyone else, the cracks appeared, the boat handling mistakes came in, trying to push for that inside line or trying to get more worried about a protest flag rather than actually worried about going round. But some great racing, and Sam Moritz continuing to deliver.
Well, those Danes, that was a really critical race win. I said it was almost like a mini final, that race. So how does that leave the standings overall? Let's take a look at how the Royal Danish Yacht Club is doing now. And there it is, confirmed at the top of the leaderboard. It's a Danish 1-2, in fact, but the Danes who won their race in Flight 12 are now on 31 points, 6 points ahead of their compatriots who won their race in Flight 12. And then it's Australia, Royal Sydney Yacht Squadron, 8th and last in that race just now, drops them down to 3rd, still not too shabby for them. The Germans, Wannsee, 3rd in their race, now on 41 points in 4th place. 2 points further back, we saw them finish 7th in the race just now. Not a great finish for them, but still in 5th place overall for Kreuzlingen. Pirogovo in the race just now, 6th for them, 44 points. Norddeutscher Regatta Verein, 44 points for them. KSSS from Sweden, 45 points. Hemmelingen, 48 points, and Versoix, 3rd in that race that we saw just now, on 49 points. So still just outside the top 10 are the likes of Württembergische Regatta Club Oberhofen and Circolo della Velabari, who got a fourth place in that race, but they would have hoped to have broken back into the top 10. So the Danes, the front Danes, on a bit of a breakaway at the moment with a 6-point buffer back to fellow Danish team Kallavik Badelaug. That is extremely useful indeed for the team on board representing the Royal Danish Yacht Club. Henrik Jensen, Niels Gramkov, Thomas Hartvig and Jeppe Blacklund, who are bringing home the bacon for Denmark.
Well, it really shows the depth of the Danish league. That's been a pretty phenomenal performance, and it shows that moving into this later stage, this is moving day. This is where you really have to cement your positions coming into towards those final sections. But a great performance by those Danes, and they'll be looking pleased to carry that momentum on.
So, Corky, that was the end of Flight 12. Flight 13 will be coming up shortly. We will come back to you halfway through Flight 12. It's 14:23 hours local time. We're going to come back to you in just about 20 minutes from now at 14:45, when we will pick up the action from lucky Flight 13 in St. Moritz. Welcome back to the Sailing Champions League in San Moritz. We are just into flight 13, so we've had an awful lot of races so far. Race 37 was the first race of flight 13, and we had a bit of an upset in that one because we were, just before we went off air, we'd just seen the Royal Danish Yacht Club win a race, and we were singing their praises and saying, oh, how useful it is to have a 6-point buffer. But my fellow commentator Mark Corky Rhodes, how did they do in the first race of Flight 13?
Well, it was interesting watching them come off the start line. They got bounced towards that right-hand side of the course, but as they got up towards the windward mark, they picked up a penalty. Couldn't identify exactly what it was, and so we'll have a little delve back to identify what that was. But that penalty then sunk them right to the back of the fleet. They managed to scoop back one place and jump back into... and overtake the French boat in that last race, but it gave them a 7th place, so that took all of their buffer away completely, and so they now sit in 2nd place. So Kalavik Badalag are up in 1st place, but there's yet to race. They've got to still race in this coming race, so at this point they are 1 point clear at the moment, but that just means it's all ready to go.
Well, we have 2 minutes to go to the next race.
The next race is presented by St. Moritz Tourism.
So we got 1 minute 20 to the next race, and we've just got one boat up on the line at the moment. Everybody else lining themselves up to make their final approach. That's boat number 4 that's just bearing away now. That's the Dutch. Other ones to watch include boat number 1, Club Nautique de Versoix. That's the Dutch who we're looking at just there. Wannsee, they've been leading this regatta at times. They're boat number 3. Kreuzlingen, boat number 5, also up in the top view. Norddeutsche Regatta Verein, boat number 6. They seem to be in every race. Regatta Club Oberhofen, boat number 2. Breitenbrunn, boat number 8 from Austria, and Ubelingen, boat number 7 from Germany. So some very, very hot teams coming up to watch in this race, and we've seen the pin end work quite well in previous starts today, but in this race it looks like everyone is gunning for the committee boat end, and with 23 seconds to go, I'm rather concerned for some of those boats at the top of our picture.
Wannsee sort of in boat 3, that's a bold move. They're going to wait till everyone else tries to delve out, but I don't see there's that much bias on that start line for them to be in that position. They're going to drop in behind everyone because they're being held tightly there. There's the gun. So a nice acceleration from boat number 8, which is Yacht Club Breitenbrunn. They've done a nice job off by the committee boat, and they were the ones that held up NRV. So they were tight up on the inside of them. But for Wannsee to really kind of just sit there in that sort of no-go zone section and just be like, well, okay, I can't go until they go, that just seems a bold move.
It does. Well, they've got what they wanted, presumably, which was to get out to the right-hand side. They must have really wanted the right-hand side, because Wannsee are already tacking out that way, and now they're tacking back onto starboard. But I like where boat number 4 is positioned right now. That's the Dutch. They look in a pretty strong position. And boat number 6, Norddeutsche Regatta Verein, they do like the committee boat end, and they've got a really good start off that end of the line. Boat number 7, closest to our shot, Ubelingen, that was a nice start for them, but they don't have control where they are. They're very much dictated to. So I like where boat number 6 is right now. I think they're looking extremely good.
Well, it's interesting, as we picked up sort of on 3 previous race wins for them. They came off the committee boat every time. So interesting to hear that sort of be picked up, and they've gone for that committee boat hard again. But this looks a lot more of a settled down race course, because look how tightly packed all of the boats are as they come off from this committee boat. Normally there's been a little bit of a breakaway, but this looks very, very tight.
Just going into attack on board with Toby Shadowalt, barefooted Toby Shadowalt, just picking up the main sheet and still looking very good in boat number 6, poked out. But look at all the boats hovering around him. Boat number 4 to windward looks a bit of a threat. That's the Dutch.
Someone that say Kreutzlingen having a bit of a tough one at the moment, back in 8th place over towards this right side in that boat number 2. We can see just delving down behind the back, and that's Regatta Club Overhoffen. We've seen them crease up. The whistles, all we can hear from inside the studio and out on the water is the umpires, the whistles going. Toby Shadowald round in first, followed by the Dutch as they try to close the gap on it.
Ubelingen ran in 3rd place, followed by Vansi in 4th. They were the ones that had that such a weird start. They've not done too badly to get round in 4th place considering the start that they had. Way back at the back, it's Kreutzlingen in the yellow boat, not even in the race right now. With
penalty being handed out, we can see being pointed, is it at boat number 1, I think, which is the other Swiss team, Club Nautique de Versoix. And there it is, there's that penalty being in, so punishment being handed out for the Swiss teams at the moment as they go round, and there could be another penalty.
Swiss on Swiss, it's Kreutzlingen calling on another penalty for the team Versoix, taking their penalty turn.
And they have got another penalty by the reaction of the crew.
I think they're trawling their Jenica as well, so it's just gone from bad to worse for Versoix. They've got their Jenica in the water. They're a long, long way back, and they've still got another penalty to take.
Well, to take a penalty right there, the reason why that penalty was handed out was while you were I'll spit it out in a minute.
Taking your
Once
penalty.
you're actually taking a penalty and you threw that actual penalty, is that if you infringe or cause any other boat to move out of the way, then you will again be infringement of the rules. So it's a bold place to have taken a penalty turn and hope that they were going to squeeze in front of fellow teammates. But look at these boats chomp downwind now with the breeze. We've looking at an average wind speed across the race course at the moment, only of about 15-16 knots. We have seen that higher with these gusts of about 18, 19, but we've still got good boat speed of up to sort of 12.5 knots of boat speed downwind.
So just about hanging on to their lead is the red boat right of picture. It's Norddeutsche Regatta Verein on the far side, out of shot of the Dutch. They've gone completely the opposite way to the rest of the fleet, taking a massive gamble. We'll have to see how that works out for them.
Well, Ubelingen just taking that jibe in on that inside. But here you see 3 German teams, and the German leagues are really a formidable sort of league, and where a lot of this has all been based. And so it's no surprise to see, I believe, 5 of the team or 6 German teams all here in the 24 boats. Very strong contenders, as we can see Norddeutsche Regatta Verein really starting to come across to this side of the course. Quite an abrupt turn there, so scrubbed a bit of speed there, but they'll hold that inside line. It's how these boats are going to pitch, as they've got Ubelingen coming across from the other side as well.
So the Germans very much in planing mode. They got their jib out. Other teams have still got their jib furled away, going for more depth. But the Germans looking for an aggressive planing mode as they come in towards the bottom marks, and they're still just in the lead. But Bodensee Ubelingen also doing very well and going round the opposite mark. So it's a German 1-2 going out to opposite sides of the second beat. Now it gets busy in the middle of the pack. Boat number 4, that's the Dutch, go round in 3rd place. Just behind them is boat number 8. I think that's Breitenbrunn. And coming out this side behind the leaders is Vansi. So Vansi in the mix, and then a long, long way back, still going downwind. 2 penalties down, and it's Versoix with a lot of catching up to do.
Yeah, an interesting split here at the gate. We've seen that right-hand side just hold on to that sort of shift a little bit longer, and if not, start to dial up just 2, 3, 4 degrees on pointing ability. You can see Toby Shadowald just having that glance over that back shoulder, identifying exactly where those other boats are, where they need to be coming into. The breeze looks fairly steady across the course at the moment. Both boats, similar sort of pitch on the boats, similar sort of angles. but we can see lots of communication going on. When to take this tack? When does that header kick in? Do we need to get across towards that right-hand side and start defending our position a little bit more? You'll lose a bit of distance, but it's about then at least being in a bit more control. So that's always the call for a sailor, when to take that tack. Know that all it's going to do is those other boats are going to be a lot closer to you, but at least you might have a bit more control than you are sitting out on one of the perimeters here.
So they're looking pretty good in the red boat on the right of our picture, but Toby Shadowart is waiting for a decent shift to take him back across to the centre of the lake. I still think they might just about be in the lead, although I'm disagreeing with our tracking at the top, which says that Ubelingen in the pink are in the lead. Let's see now, because we got the two boats converging, the two Germans from left and right coming together. Whoa, off into the Ho Chi Minh Trail we go. So
that looked like the drone was having a bit of entertainment with a tree, but here we are. This is the race on.
And will Toby Shadowart be able to cross cleanly ahead of boat number 7 from Ubelingen? It looks like they have, so they just managed to hold on to the lead and put a hard cover on the Germans, which will surely force them to tack away. And so Ubelingen do indeed have to tack away to the right-hand side.
So this is where it's going to get really difficult. See where things are at.
Bit of a flat tack there by Deutsche Regatta Verein, a little bit hurried, but back up to speed again. Boat number 6 tracking boat number 7, Germany, racing Germany at the front of race 2 of flight 13. And not far behind them, keeping an eye out for any German error, is the Dutch.
So good controlling position here. Again, doing what we mentioned a little bit earlier, that sort of shadow covering, a little bit loose covering. As soon as you go into that hard cover, that's where you start to lock down and try and force teams to the other side. But at the moment, Shadowart doesn't want that. It wants to be able to just control them back across, but this is going to be an important cross here. He will cross, but it is going to be tight and where that tack's going to come in, or whether he'll keep on going towards that right-hand side a small amount. So there's the bow just across now.
Toby Shadowart looking back, deciding when he's going to attack. He's not going to put a hard cover on Ubelingen this time. He's looking maybe to do the ley line in one. Also thinking about the Dutch that are also a threat in boat number 4. Shadowart looking around, seeing what his options are. Going through the tack now, onto ley line. Looking quite comfortable for the red boat leading this race.
Nice tack, straight out, straight onto the breeze and into speed. So can we see a good hoist and a set and give them that little bit of distance? Good hoist, great set, boat at speed and accelerating away. Understandable to why these guys have taken the Champion League once before.
Round go the Dutch in second, just ahead of Bodensee. Now Ubelingen just dropped to third. Yellow boat sailed by Kreuzlingen.
They've come up, considering they were a little way back because they picked up that penalty. We saw them right at the back of the fleet. So to see them come back up into this top few boats, that's been a great performance for them. But it does show how, just because it all goes a little bit wrong to start with, doesn't mean that that's the way it's going to sit. So they are battling. There's the top 4.
So Kreuzlingen chasing down behind the Dutch from Almere Central. NRV way out in front. The red boat doing very nicely, thank you, in the middle of the course. Got both sides of the course fairly well defended right now.
Yeah, looking very comfortable straight down this midsection. This is all but fairly much cemented for Toby and his team.
Way at the back, we haven't had much to say about them. Regatta Club Oberhofen, we saw them win a race earlier today. We see this so often, people winning races and then finishing last in the next race.
Why do you think that is, Andy?
It's almost like rolling the dice, isn't it, sometimes, or tossing a coin. Maybe more like rolling an 8-sided dice, because you've got 8 boats out here, and it's so evenly matched at times.
Again, it's kind of all of the things that are in your control and also out of your control. It's sort of picking up a penalty. You know, there's all this competitiveness. Everyone wants to try and ensure that, but picking up any kind of mistake. But it wasn't no mistake for Norddeutsche Regatta Verein taking the win there. WSV Almere Central from Holland taking the second, and then Kreuzlingen securing the third. So again, we had them at the windward mark. Kreuzlingen were last, and then they had that incident with their fellow Swiss counterparts, Club Nautique de Versailles, where they inflicted another penalty on, so that was one place, but then they've gone from 7th up to 3rd.
Really impressive.
So that was a big jump for them, and they did that all going up those last couple of downwind legs, and just to squeeze into a 3rd place is trying to maintain and keep their hopes alive, because if they had finished off with a 7th or 8th, then that could be really starting to make it a bit tricky to come away with a win. So
you could argue that Kreuzlingen, after a poor first leg, sailed the best race of anybody. That was really impressive, but also very good for Norddeutsche Regatta Verein. That's going to do very nicely for them in the standings. So that's the end of race 2. We got one more race of flight 13, and then we'll be able to give you a real picture of just how the standings sit after the end of flight 13. And there goes the local train up the top of the mountain. Not for the faint-hearted by the look of it.
You got a lot of faith in human technology at that point, haven't you, really? Sort of, there's no way you can do it. But if you look at that, what a great picture, seeing that disappear off up into the trees as so the boats now go into this as Andy's well said, military routine of getting alongside the team boat, switching over, team jump straight on, battle flag off, back in and racing. And so this next race is going to be an interesting one, more because of Kalavik Badalag. They are your overall leaders by 1 point at the moment. How they finish in this race will determine who's going to sit at the top of the table after when flight 13 completes.
Yeah, so one race to find out where things really stand. In the meantime, let's take a look at one of our other qualifiers, and you were there, Corky, so I'll ask you about it after we've seen this review of St. Petersburg.
This was qualifier 3 of the Sailing Champions League. Unfortunately, the wind was far too strong for any racing on day 1, followed by 2 days of tricky conditions with really light winds. At the gala dinner on Friday, the Sailing Champions League connected with the Nord Stream race.
I knew a lot of the people there, but it was very connecting between the SCL sailors. We were in the same table as from the guys from Lithuania. We talked a lot with them, and I think it was a very nice event.
And on Sunday, the top 6 teams booked their place for the final. General partner of Sailing Champions League Qualifier 3 is Gazprom.
So winners in St. Petersburg were Bayerischer Yacht Club, who we're going to see come up very shortly in the next race of Flight 13. Corky, You were out there in St. Petersburg. How did the conditions there compare with what we've got here in St. Moritz?
Well, unfortunately, a bit similar to last year. Really light on breeze. Again, St. Petersburg, very tidal. So even if we had like a light 4 or 5 knots, it only just cancelled out the boats going against the tide or the current. And so because of that, very tricky race course. A lot of weed as well close into the shore. So if you tapped in towards the shore to get out the tide, you played a real high gamble of how much weed you'd pick up. So there were moments where you'd rather sit and go slowly in the current than you would to go inshore and risk picking up weed that you then just wouldn't be able to shift off the boat at all. So lots of times there were boats out there after in between races scooping off big chunks of this it just looked like sea cabbage, basically. Really horrendous stuff that once you scooped up, was going to have a big impact on it. So it's just amazing. Again, you looked at Portacevo, we've looked at sort of Parma, and then we've also looked at St. Petersburg and what different places to sail. And then you come here to the final. No current, nothing to worry about on that side, but just a bit of altitude and some shifty, very tricky conditions.
Well, not long to the start of the next race. And we will be back to you just after this short presentation.
The next race is presented by Badrut's Palace.
Badrut's Palace, where we're headed this evening, Corky. Looking forward to that. 2 minutes 30 to the start. And let's just run you through who's competing here. So, Kalevig Badalag from Denmark, one of the top 2 Danish teams that are sitting at the front of this leaderboard right now. From Switzerland, Société Nautique de Genève. Germany's Württembergische Yacht Club. Russia's St. Petersburg Yacht Club. Germany's Heimelingen. Wolfgangsee from Austria, Bayerische Yacht Club, winner in the St. Petersburg qualifier, representing Germany, and from Italy, Circolo della Vela Bari. 1 minute 50 to go.
Green flag up, so we can see headed to that green windward mark. So you can see how much it's just allowed the actual race course to breathe and be able to flick between that yellow windward mark and the green. Not really seen that red flag go up at the moment, so it's generally flicking between those 2 windward marks. Be interesting to see how aggressive they are on this start line again. We've seen that push towards the committee boat, but risking it to just dump yourself right over to that windward side, I think is a bit of a bold move. So I wouldn't be surprised if you don't see the Danish of Badalag sort of sit sort of about midway down the line, if not maybe towards the pin, and just get a bit, give themselves a bit of a breather. But with the group, how they're all bundled up towards the right-hand side out of picture at the moment, most of the fleet are bundled up to windward of that committee boat, but back from them. So if I was the Danish team that are approaching in on port, I'd be just tacking straight underneath them, exactly like what they've just done there. The black tips on the sail, now delving down underneath the yellow sails there. But just allow that group just to take each other out, because there's not a chance all of those boats are going to be squeezing in by that committee boat.
Circolo della Vela Bari chasing in Société Nautique de Genève into the final 30 seconds of this start. So Ferrarese on the Italian boat managing to secure a spot just to windward of the boat we're on board with now from Geneva. And down at this end of the line, it's Bayerische Yacht Club. But boat number 3, we saw boat number 3 shut out previous time. It was Wannsee. This time, different set of Germans. It's Württembergische Yacht Club who find themselves on the wrong side of the committee boat. 1 second to go at full speed. Nobody over the line. Really nice start for boat number 7, Bayerische Yacht Club at this end of the line. But a very, very even start for, I would say, 6 of those teams. Very competitive start indeed. But you'd rather be up the other end. I think Wolfgangsee had a very good start in boat number 6. Just see them poked out on the left of picture. So Wolfgangsee in these early stages looking very strong.
And this is what this racing is about. One zone racing. Look at that. All the bows, 6 boats all lined up, 2 just jetting off towards that right. But look at how close this racing is. Now this is where it's all going to come down to your boat handling, you're switching out. Boat number 8 just being kicked out the back there, which is Circolo della Bari with a bit of dirty air, now having to push themselves out towards the right hand side. But look at them, they're really holding into that sort of second lane and being rolled over the top by boat number 6, which is a Union Yacht Club Wolfgang Z from Austria. So very difficult position for them to hold on to. I'll be looking to get out of that sooner rather than later, because as soon as these boats start to go, you're going to struggle with a lane coming back across on port.
With the boat furthest on the left, they've just tacked Biorescia Yacht Club. Now they have to duck behind the other boat still on starboard, so that's a bit of a giveaway by them. Meanwhile, those Italians have tacked on to port as well. And now boat number 1 decides it goes to duck, and then yellow boat tacks as well. So now it's looking good between, well, boat number 2 from Geneva actually looking pretty strong out of that simultaneous tack by all those previous starboard tackers. I was going to say, the Biorescia Yacht Club, which were the pink ones that tacked out early, I thought that was a pretty good move. They've gone and got themselves in a right pickle here, though, for no reason. They've trying to avoid a boat, but actually ducking down behind. The windward mark was round towards that right-hand side. It allowed them to escape out of it, because if we look at the Danish team, Kalavik Badalag here, they're very, very tight, and the chance of them picking up a penalty here is pretty high coming in on this port. Oh, there's going to be a lot of whistles blowing here as the Italians come in on starboard tack with a lot of boats on the port ley line looking to get round behind. It's going to get messy round here. Surely some penalties are going to be handed out.
Flags going on every single boat pretty much. So St. Petersburg Yacht Club round the outside of the overall leaders. There's a whistle. It's that penalty, red flag, so that must have been aimed at, yep, it was the Danish team, Badalag. So now nearly an identical repeat of their fellow teammates in the last race. So this could, where they had the opportunity of keeping themselves at the top of the leaderboard, this could suddenly push them right back down into 4th or 5th place. So now the leaderboard is just, no one's safe on it. No one's safe.
So Société Nautique de Genève somehow come out of all of that mess in front, and Circolo della Bari with a bit of an average first beat, certainly the first half of the first beat being dictated to by the rest of the fleet, come out in second place around the top mark. It's the Italians who are the first to jibe of the leading 2 boats on the attack to the left-hand side of Geneva, who are still leading this race, and it looks to me like Geneva are sitting a little bit flat there, not going particularly fast. I prefer where the Italians are on the far side. Now Geneva jibes, but I think in a little bit less breeze than where the Italians have already gone. St. Petersburg Yacht Club in 3rd place, and they look really soft here. Look at the boats planing past them. I wonder, are Geneva going to be able to hold on to their lead down this run? It looks like they're in an awful place right now.
Yeah, really interesting. Again, that midsection. So you can see, looking at the lake and looking at that back part of it, there's this little pinch point to where the grandstand set up, and it's also the other side. It's like a little bit of an hourglass shape, this lake, and it squeezes at that point. As soon as you get tucked in behind one of those sections of the hourglass, that's where you then start to lose a bit of pressure. So jibing, not necessarily the first one jibing early and staying down that side, but going down that mid part of the track where the breeze is there, definitely is a good call. And so yeah, I've got a funny feeling Société Nautique de Genève will be maybe potentially punished for that. Now the breeze has gone slightly softer. These boats are still going to have to come across, but they will be coming across on starboard, so they will also gain second advantage on that.
Now on the left, boat number 2, the previous leaders have got some speed on. Are they going to come back and be able to attack the Italians who have taken the lead off them? It looks like the Italians at the moment are quite safely in the lead. And all those twitches on the mainsail, just the Ferrarese, the helmsman, also applying a bit of extra pressure on the main sheet. They've got the jib out. They're in planing mode, just about keeping the boat planing. The bowman getting the outhaul back on, flattening out the mainsail, ready for the drop. And they're going for the right-hand side of the second beat, and they're quite comfortably in front, whilst the previous leaders, Société Nautique de Genève, have traffic to contend with at the bottom of the course.
So Italian around late drop coming in from
and Geneva, first round of the left-hand mark, so not too bad for them. Very poor rounding by boat number 3 on the far side. That's Württembergische Yacht Club. Bit of a late drop for them.
But again, that right-hand side, now the Italians taking that tack. That's the side we've always seen the strongest, and holding on to that breeze a little bit longer, holding on to that right shift a little bit longer as well. So could it get a little bit worse for Société Nautique Genève? We will find out.
And way at the back, still to go round, is Kallavik Badelaug, our overall leaders, but not leading in this race, with a lot of catching up to do. That's what the Danes have to try and achieve. And look at the mountain they have to climb. They've got a big gap between them and the rest of the fleet. Société Nautique de Genève go into attack at the same time. Just behind them, St. Petersburg Yacht Club, rather, from Russia, also go into attack. And it's still very close. So actually I think the left-hand side has worked quite well for Geneva. They haven't retaken the lead, but they've certainly closed the gap on Italy, who now tack on the Swiss. So it's a very hard tack. The Italians looking to defend the right-hand side. Ferrarese happy to bump the Swiss off towards the left-hand side of the track again. And on the top side of the course, on the far right, the Italians also have to look out for an attack from Württembergische Yacht Club, who almost look like they have a piece of the Italians. I think the Italians might still be able to cross, but they now find themselves in a battle with Germany on the right and Switzerland, who have just tacked on the left. No one is running away with this race quite yet. The Italians might have hoped that they could stretch their legs on the rest of the fleet, but it's not happening for them quite yet. And now they've got Geneva looking to attack them from the left-hand side.
Someone that's still out of shot is Kallavik Badelaug. They were going into this race in first overall. Well, right at the moment, they're back of the fleet, which is why we don't even see them, not in even touching distance of other boats at the moment. That will see them sink to third overall. So amazing how those top 3 boats have all picked up some pretty heavy points today. And it's been really interesting because, yes, there's been some shifts out there and playing the shifts, but all it's done is actually it's been about who sailed cleanly. It's the penalties that have actually been the things that have pushed people back down the fleet, rather than actually having a bad start or sailing the wrong side of the course.
Yeah, really, really hard to be consistent. No one knows that better than these Italians. They found themselves at the wrong end of the fleet more than once. They're not by any means home and dry in this race either, but for the time being, Cercolo della Velabari, our defending champions, are managing to hold on to this race lead by the skin of their teeth. Out on the far side, St. Petersburg Yacht Club in boat number 4. And all the teams fully hiked, good breeze, got about 16 knots of wind across the racecourse.
So you can see they're coming through this little bit of a pinch point again. Those mainsails just flogging a bit, so that breeze starting to increase as it funnels through that narrow section. 17, 18 knots of breeze there. So nice big sort of puffs coming back through, so they're capitalising on it. So we got just shy of 19 knots as they come back upwind now. So some really just solid breeze. Lots of people watching on. Lots of other teams learning from what's going on. Is there anything they can pick up on before their next race?
St. Petersburg Yacht Club pushing it all the way into that shoreline before they tack. They wanted to tack as late as possible. Italy still in the lead in boat number 8, just about to tack in front of St. Petersburg Yacht Club. It looks like St. Petersburg has now moved up into second place. So they've done really well on the right-hand side of the course. The Russians now displacing the Germans back into third, and the Swiss, who were leading this race, remember, round Mark 1, look like the best they can hope for right now is maybe fourth place. But Germans looking to duck behind the Italians, and then they will tack and put some bad air on top of the Swiss. Now, the question now is, will Italy be... No, Italy can't make it up to the mark in 1.
So St. Petersburg Yacht Club, where have they come from? Well, they come from the right, and they just about managed to shoot the breeze. Oh, it's going to be close. It's green flags from the umpires. But Cercolo della Valabari, they made a bit of a mess of that. They could have gone further on the ley line. They misjudged the tack. That's handed the lead to St. Petersburg Yacht Club. Another flag gets flown this time. What's it going to be back from the umpires? Are there going to be any red flags thrown at any of these teams? Surely not the Italians. The Italians have given away a race lead, and they didn't need to do that. They've dropped back to third at the moment.
But it was these guys, St. Petersburg Yacht Club, as you say, where have they tracked up from? So when we look at the results, they were round the windward at the first time in third. They slipped back to fourth on that second down on the downwind leg, but have now started to creep up. So it just shows that as long as you're just in touching distance of those other boats, anything can happen. And it's just this is one of the key bits, when to put this jibe in, when to come back across. So that jibe there, looking at the camera angle, that will always distort it and make it a little bit clearer. But these lead boats now are starting to charge in. They've got better breeze, and they've gone behind. So there we see St. Petersburg Yacht Club dropping deep now.
I think Italy's going to win back this race. It's going to be Italy that wins the race ahead of Société Nautique Genève. And then it's the Germans who are coming across for third. And the Russians, do they manage to get fourth? Maybe Russia gets third. Oh, so confused across the finish line.
And there's Hemmelingen then going across the line with the yellow boat. There was no battle flag on. So are they going to pick up a point, or has the flag been pulled off in one of those mad bundle? Oh, and they're fishing as well. That's them. They're trying to catch a bit of dinner.
So Hemmelingen gone fishing in the Lake St. Moritz, and then across the line at last is boat number 1. Kalavig Badalaug are overall leaders in this regatta, but with an awful race just then. And in boat number 6, Wolfgang Z representing Austria. But
what did we just watch? We couldn't keep up with it. Sort of, there was mistakes being thrown in. Hemmelingen trying to get that kite back on board. Fingers crossed there's no damage to that kite as it comes in, but there's no battle flag there. So that's a slight section. Umpires' whistles at that last windward mark. It sounded more like an angry football ref, just whistling away at everybody and trying to solve that. But some real shake-ups. Let's just pick up on who was our overall leader going into that. Kalavik Badalag. Penalty early on. Back into that last place, scraped back up into 7th place, but that's pushed them back down into to 3rd overall, so not a great race for them. Cercolo della Valabari looked like it all been thrown away by misjudging that ley line coming into that windward mark. Somehow squeezed through. Early jibe, nice gust, good pressure all the way down, followed by Société Nautique de Genève, and they were side by side, but it looked like the Italians just nipped in and took it. But all very, very tight, and it shows that it all comes through to that final section, and it's not over until that then you cross the finish line. So yeah, really lost a little bit on that in that sense.
So those are the guys that finished second, Société Nautique de Genève. So good to emerge out of that whole melee with the second place, and good for Cercolo della Valabari being able to win that race. Absolutely critical for them. So let's take a look at the overall leaderboard and see how that last race has changed things. So Kalavik Badalaug, look at that 7th place that they picked up. That drops them now down to 3rd overall. So it's the other Danes, the Royal Danish Yacht Club. They got a 7th as well. They probably can't believe that they're still leading overall after getting a 7th place, but they've got a 4-point buffer on Royal Sydney Yacht Squadron. And then Norddeutsche Regatta Verein, they won their race of Flight 13. That drags them up to 4th place overall, just a point behind 3rd. And then another German team, Wannsee, with 46 points. With 46 points also Kreuzlingen, 3rd in their race after a great recovery from the back of that race to do that. Pirogovo from Russia on 50 points. KSSS on 50 points from Sweden. Heimelingen, 5th in their Flight 13 race on 53 points, and then winner of the race by the tiniest of margins, drags Circolo della Velabari back up into the top 10 for the first time in a while, now on 54 points. So finally they've broken that run of bad finishes for the Italian defending champions of last year's Sailing Champions League. But if it's one Dane that falls over, it's another Dane that seems to hold the leaderboard, with the Aussies always stuck in the middle of those Danes.
Well, all it's done is, where we started to see that, we kind of just before we took that break, we're saying, well, look, there's a nice 6-point gap. It isn't a comfortable gap because, as we said, that's one race. And that's exactly what Congolese Dance Yacht Club stuffed up their race and came in with a 7th, and that suddenly, as you said, looked like, wow, we've got a lot of work here to do. Well, thank you very much to their fellow sort of countrymen and women that have managed to do the same and given them a bit of breathing space. So, to be honest, I think those top 3 boats, including Royal Sydney Yacht Squadron, if you look at the last 2 races, so all have picked up a 6th, 7th or 8th in those races, and it quickly shows that you are not safe at the top part of this. And we're on Norddeutsche Regatta Wein, and as you said before, they just seem to be in every single race. We non-stop just seem to be constantly in a boat sailing. So, but race number 40 coming up.
That's a good one. We've got some real front runners here. We've got Kalavig Badalaug, who made such a mess of it just now in the previous race, but still lying in 3rd overall. We've got Norddeutsche Regatta Verein, who are now in 4th overall. We've got the Royal Sydney Yacht Squadron, who are 2nd overall. So we got some real front runners, and then we got some others like Bayerische Yacht Club. We see them capable of leading races, not always winning races, but certainly up there. We've got Versoix, who we've seen win races, and then others like Heimelingen, Leviathan from Russia, and the Société Nautique de Genève. So it's going to be an exciting first race of Flight 14 because we got some quality in this fleet. So the race committee just having a chat with some of the support team, just talking through what their plans are going into Flight 14. They certainly have no problems with the breeze. We saw so many problems with the weather last year, but not seeing so much sunshine as we saw yesterday. The sun hasn't really come through in the same way. It was a beautiful day yesterday. But in terms of sailing conditions, in terms of the breeze, we've still got 15, 16 knots of wind and no sign of that going away anytime soon. So we should be able to really chew through quite a lot of races this afternoon. So we're coming up to the start of Flight 14. Flight 18 is where the races are scheduled to finish, and we've still got tomorrow to get through that. So I would think maybe they'll try and get Flight 14 and 15 done today, so maybe we're looking at 6 more races today. It was a fantastic day yesterday. Let's just remind ourselves with some highlights from the Friday of this year's Sailing Champions League.
There's probably no other place in the world that can claim to have written so much sports history as St. Moritz. Former St. Moritz match race sailor Bjorn Hansen is now back with his club for the Sailing Champions League final.
Now and then, St. Moritz is still a magnificent venue.
Well, we've been told that the green boat requires some repairs. Corky, what do you think is up with the green boat?
Well, again, just watching sort of, we've had good solid breeze the last, all sort of the last 3 days. And so, bit of stress and strain coming on the boats, these short courses. you know, everyone getting all pretty aggressive, big sort of, and so could easily be anything with that rigging. We've seen people, the shore crew going on, tightening up that rigging a little bit, and or whether it is something a bit more down to the mechanics of it, whether a winch or a replacement bit. So we saw the rib just coming out now. Left of picture is the support team and the shore team. They were chatting with the race committee just to say, look, we're going to need 5-10 minutes or so to fix this. Whether it's actually a part, whether it's one of the sort of winches or a cleat just given out, I'm not too sure. So we'll see if we can get a bit more information on that. But pretty amazing considering coming up is race number 40. These boats,
they've seen a lot of views, haven't they?
They've not stopped. You know, it's not like you've gone off to Cowes Week and you've done 7 races in your J70 spread over a week's worth of racing. You know, these are back-to-back punishment, short courses, loads under them. We've got good breeze at the moment. We've seen up to 20 knots of breeze coming down. And again, it's more of a punishing race course than it is on a longer stretched out one. So, you know, fair play to these boats withstanding the amount of racing they've done. And yeah, this is just the racing that they've competed here, but we've already seen the qualifiers that they've already gone through, and the Bundesliga and everything else. It's yeah, pretty intense. Thumbs up on the green boat there, so it looks like it was a quick fix. Maybe it was just a quick repair on a sheet or a cleat, but we are going to be underway shortly. But that's the team that have made it all back possible. There's the Robo boys tucked to the left hand side. Maybe a bit too much breeze today, or some reason they're not being used. We touched on it a little bit before of how easy and quick it made everything, but still some entertainment value with them as well.
Yes, you can have your own battleships battle with those Robo boys. So you mentioned a broken winch, and these boats do have winches, but to me, I don't know if you've sailed the J70, all the winch is there for is for you to land awkwardly on out of a tack or a jibe and do yourself an injury. And I raced did some J70 racing earlier this summer, and I couldn't sit down for about 2 or 3 days afterwards because I'd landed so badly so often on those winches, which are completely useless and never actually used during racing. Wonderful design, the J70, but someone somewhere along the line, someone said you're going to have to put 2 winches on each of these boats, even though you're never going to use them.
Well, it's amazing. That's all I've always found this with sailing. How these boats are designed amazingly. But where happens to be the winches, where happens to be the jib cleats, where happens to be the halyard cleats, is always a place where you need to sit.
Yeah.
You know, whether it's just on your leg, just underneath your leg, just under your knee, something that you can whack your knee or your elbow on, they'll put something there. And I don't get it. It's not just a J70. I mean, it's in every single boat that I've ever sailed. There's somewhere, at some point, you need to sit, and it's the most, prominent place to sit. But instead, you can't sit there for very long, or if you do, you're going to cause yourself some mischief because there's a cleat or something pretty uncomfortable there.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I don't... to all of the designers out there, let's unless you've got a Wally, for instance, and you just put everything under the deck, then I think you generally, you either need to save up a few pennies for one of those, or just maybe we just need a cup of concrete, need to harden up a bit. But it's
my coccyx certainly needs to harden up a bit after sailing that J70, I can tell you.
Well, it's I haven't had any qualms or quarrels from these guys and girls out here that have been racing. 39 races complete. We're waiting for race number 40. We're just waiting on that quick repair to go through. Breeze is still up. We've still got a nice sort of 15-16 knots. Normally they say that breeze starts to ease off if it's sunnier and you start getting that big radiator effect from the mountains, big storage heaters sucking up all the air and drawing it in there. But because it's a lot cooler, the air temperature's cooler, there's been a lot of cloud cover all round. It may look real Miami at the moment with a lot of these sailors still in t-shirt and shorts, and that's because they're working pretty hard, but the air temperature is pretty cool today, and it is under cover from the clouds. So maybe this breeze will maintain and hold, and certainly with a good, we saw they raced till 6:30 going on 7 last night, whether they'll do a similar thing to get as many of these flights in as possible so it takes the pressure off those final flights.
Yeah, well, I've been wearing my yellow woolly hat, and someone who I think should be wearing a woolly hat more often but doesn't is Olli Schwal, the guy who came up with the whole concept of the Sailing Champions League. Let's hear my interview with Olli earlier today. Olli Schwal is the man who came up with the whole concept of national sailing leagues and then the Sailing Champions League. Now, Olli, do you remember back in, I think it was late 2013, when it was pouring with rain in Copenhagen, we had the first Sailing Champions League final. That was already a pretty good event, but how far things have come since then?
Well, this was the beginning of the expansion of the idea, National League Sailing Club against Club. I think the idea was to promote the ideas. Since today we are 22 countries, and here in St. Moritz, the final 2019, we have one team coming from down under, from Sydney. So the idea is strong. I mean, and the competition is really high. And if you see the races here yesterday and the day before, it's a highly competitive sailing, and it was a beautiful landscape, and I think one of the best sailing arenas in the world.
And the lovely thing for the sailors is that they come to this amazing place. They don't have to tow a boat here. They just turn up in their sailing kit. They get to sail in very identical boats. I've asked the sailors if they have a favourite boat. They don't. They say they're all very well looked after. And so it's very low maintenance form of high intensity sailing.
Well, we all know what sailing is about, and we know that the investment into boat material, into sails, into masts and battens and all this technology, that's one factor of sailing. But within this format, we want to get rid of that. We want to skip it. We want to have everybody using the same boats. We are swapping the boat race by race, so every team is using the same material the same amount of times. And this is why it's all about the performance of the teams. It's about the tactics, about the strategy, about the maneuvers, and less, trimming and getting better material and having a better speed. And this is what the sailors really like, beside the factor that they are representing their club. We know that in sailing you usually sail for yourself, but not for your club. And here the club is on the podium. It's totally in the hand of the club who is sailing here. So some of the clubs bring really some top dogs here to St. Moritz. Björn Hansen, I think one of the most prestigious world match racing sailors, and whatever he won. So some really good sailors, and even the guys from down under, I think they have good experience in Olympic boat classes. And yeah, that's what it's all about. So it's about the club. It's about one design sailing with easy access, and this turned out to be a kind of momentum which sailing was looking for, obviously.
Well, it obviously has caught the imagination of so many clubs and nations across the world, and it's the first time we see the Australians here, as you say, and they're actually looking in good shape maybe to get into that four-boat final on Sunday afternoon. Now, if Australia were to do well, maybe even to win, that could only be good news for spreading the whole concept further afield from Europe, where it's all grown up.
Yeah, it's still a long way to go. I think we have now 10 out of 18 flights, or 9.5. So we have half time of it. So I expect from today, for the final, that we will see after this day what are the top favorites teams. So far, I think from place number 1 till 10, 11, everything is open. They all can make it, and this will be an interesting day. And we have really good weather forecasted. So I'm looking really forward for this day, but in particular for the final tomorrow.
Well, me too. That's what we're all building up to, that four-boat final, a really exciting innovation that we trialled for the first time last year, 2018. We saw an amazing final then. Olli, I'm looking forward to something similar tomorrow.
Thank you.
So, we're waiting to hear how we're getting on for the start of the next race, but I think we're just about to go into sequence. So we're not too far off getting into the next start. You can see wind is not the problem. It's just making sure that the green boat is all ready and up and running to get sailing. It looks like the green boat is in amongst the rest of them, so it looks okay. We've got the green flag flying, which means that the boats will be aiming for the windward mark. We've got just over a couple of minutes to go, so there goes the 3 minute.
The next race is presented by Didon.
And lovely furniture it is too, dead on. The sailors are enjoying relaxing in the dead-on furniture when they're not sailing. But as to who will manage to be wearing those Breitling watches for the winners at the end of tomorrow when we've had the full boat final, that's still to be decided, and lots of racing to happen between now and then. We've got 2 minutes before the start of race 1 of Flight 14, and amongst those we have Royal Sydney Yacht Squadron in boat 6, we got Kalavik Badelau in boat 1, Norddeutsche Regatta Verein in boat 3, Heimerlingen also from Germany in boat 5, Club Nautique de Versoix in boat 8, Leviathan Sailing Team from Russia in boat 4, Bayerische Yacht Club boat 7, and Société Nautique de Genève in boat 2. So we got a real class few acts in this fleet, Corky, and a few others.
Well, I say pressure's going to be on for certainly Royal Sydney Yacht Squadron, Kalavik Badelag and Norddeutsche Regatta Verein. Those are 3 boats that are in that top 4. And so this, as we mentioned, lots of points all still to cram in, and with the leaderboard. So the only boat that our overall leaders isn't in that lot is the Kongliga Dansk Yacht Club. And so every single point is going to matter here. So it really comes down to, are we going to see the Deutsche Regatta Verein? They've really started to find a little bit of momentum the last sort of few races and started to stick a few more solid points in. So can they squeeze up and start to tighten things up, or are we going to see the Danes or the Aussies start to try and close that gap on that lead boat?
50 seconds to go, and quite a gap between the fleet and the start line, so fairly conservative approach to this line. Boat number 6 is closest, and then boat number 3. Boat number 3, doesn't matter who, it's always a German team, and it's always a German team sitting very high of the committee boat. Well, who's in it this time?
It's Schadewald, Norddeutsche Regatta Verein, and again they've won their races from that position, but that's high. That's really high. If someone gets aggressive below them, Leviathan Sailing Team, anyone like that wants to actually force that, they've got no rights to squeeze in there. But depends on whether the boats are going to get enough drift on. But I'd be tempted to shut the door on them.
Meanwhile, Royal Sydney Yacht Squadron in boat number 6 at this end of the line. They'll launch off the line, but they were up there a little bit early. And that means they had to use all of their runway and pretty much started right at the pin end. But they look okay at the moment. The question for them, as ever, is can the boat on the furthest left ever find a way through to across to the right-hand side without having to duck other boats? We're on board with Société Nautique de Genève, and you can see the boat just to windward.
Leviathan, yeah, same club, same team. They're going to be gone shortly. But just above them as well is the Kalavik Badelag. So both of those boats are going to end up being shifted off pretty quickly because they're getting lots of disturb there off the back of Société Nautique de Genève.
But you know what? We were worried about Norddeutsche Regatta Verein. It actually worked out pretty nicely for them. I'd rather be where they are than where Royal Sydney Yacht Squadron are right now, and you can see the helmsman looking nervously over his shoulder trying to work out what his next move is, because they've got second pickings on this this race at the moment. Just tacking over with Royal Sydney Yacht Squadron, and you can see they're going to have to duck some boats. Are they going to be able to get through ahead of boat number 4? Looks like a bit of a pathway has opened up for them, so it could have been worse for the Australians, but it's still not great for them.
There's Société Nautique de Genève just taking that tack above them. We can see the Australian flag just flying just below them, so they took that tack up. So they're in a nice strong position at the moment. Likewise, also just sat bundled up coming in on this left-hand ley line. This is going to get all sorts of shut your eye moments as boat number 3 is going to go into attack shortly. They're going to roll this control back across in front of everyone, and this is going to get messy.
Whoa! I wonder if there was a collision between green and yellow there. Around it, safely in the lead go Norddeutsche Regatta Verein. There's been contact between yellow and green, and then coming up the inside, it's the pink boat, Bayerischer Yacht Club. There's going to be some penalties. Look at that mess. It's all playing into the hands of the Germans who are leading
around that top mark all at the same time. That is just horrific.
Whistles are blowing.
There's a red flag on the umpire, but where's it aimed at?
It's got to be pink or yellow. One of pink or yellow surely has to take a penalty.
I would have thought Bayerischer Yacht Club, they didn't do anything too bad. They just snuck in on the inside and held everyone high. It was more the yellow boat that tried. Yeah, there we go. See, I was going to say, that's a Sportverein Hemmelingen. They were the ones that caused a whole lot of issues on that sort of... but there's one penalty going round. Anyone else? Say Bayerischer Yacht Club. I thought they were pretty good. They stayed out of trouble because there was a big bundle. They saw that little inside line and shot for the mark and were good with it. And now look at them. They are the pink boats, sort of sat down. Great positioning for them.
I don't understand how Bayerischer Yacht Club have managed to get so close on Norddeutsche Regatta Verein. They must have found more breeze down there. Kalevik Badelaug, meanwhile, on the far side, up near the stadium, coming down with good breeze at the top of the screen, but they need to because they're some way at the back now.
And if it stays where it is at the moment, this is pushing them down to 7th or 8th on the leaderboard. They were still up into 3rd and in touching distance of that championship, but the breeze good up on that side picture. Look at that. Tactician at the back of the boat, behind the helmsman.
So, yes, that's a typical position once they're up and planing. Norddeutsche Regatta Verein send one of their guys to the back to sit behind Toby Shadowalt, and it looks like they have got good breeze. They're just jibing now. Now the pink boat, Bayerischer Yacht Club, has got good breeze. It looks like collision course between the two German teams. And they've got their swords out, they're jousting. Who's going to win the joust? No, Bayerischer ducks out. And they're now on parallel port jibe. So it looks like Norddeutsche Regatta Verein still hold the advantage over Bayerischer. Royal Sydney Yacht Squadron up into 3rd place.
Yeah, all looking good. Well, Norddeutsche Regatta Verein will be enjoying this. Currently, this will push them up into 3rd overall, where they've done a massive climb over the last sort of... day or two and just pulling their points up, and they've stayed steady, and now here they are battling it out with fellow countrymen, Bayerischer Yacht Club. I'm sure there's a huge amount of competition between these two in the Bundesliga, let alone sort of here in St. Moritz. Are we going to see a separation, or are they planning to do the same? Nope, so there's the separation coming in.
So we're going to see a German split, with Norddeutsche going up to the right. We're on board with them now, and just at the back of picture, slightly behind Norddeutsche, Bayerischer now rounding with a pink boat going out to the left-hand side. But it's slim advantage to Toby Shadowalt and Norddeutsche Regatta Verein. Société Nautique de Genève following Bayerischer around, and other boats now getting their kites down, coming down.
Yeah, Norddeutsche Regatta Verein, just having a look at the SAP Sailing Analytics, they will have generated over the last few flights, have gone from sort of around 17th overall and have crept themselves up, and this could take them up into 2nd or 3rd overall. So an amazing way of just keeping resilient, keeping that sort of mental strength of saying, well, look, there's so much racing still to go, we've just got to keep tapping away at that, and that's exactly what they're doing as the lead boats that we had, Kalevik, Badelaug, the Royal Sydney Yacht Squadron, all starting to feel the pressure and cracks appearing.
Boat number 7 at the bottom of the picture is now tacked. Bayerischer wondering how they're going to get on as they get back onto a converging course with their rival Germans, Norddeutsche Regatta Verein. It looks to me like Norddeutsche have come out best out of this split. And there you see it. It's quite a significant gain that the dark blue boat, the boat number 3, has made over boat number 7.
So it's a bit of breathing space at the front there. Be sure that I'm sure Toby will start thinking about doing a nice shadow cover, coming back again. Won't go for a hard cover because he doesn't want to force him back out away from them, but he'll certainly want to track back. There's the call. And just keeping his eye back, but it does look like Beariska Yacht Club have also taken that tack back again. So there they are in the background, so all looking pretty comfortable for this boat number 3 in the Deutsche Regatta Verein.
Quite a nice gap that's opening up for them. And meanwhile, Bayerischer, they have a battle on their hands with Club Nautique de Versoix, who look like they might even have a controlling position. It could be that boat number 8, Versoix, now holds second place because they are dictating terms to boat number 7. Boat number 7 looking to try and squeeze boat number 8 away, which it looks like they've done. So that's a real battle between those Germans and the Swiss, whilst the leaders are sailing away relatively comfortable in the lead of this race.
So straight away, crew members out on side, that ragdoll position, getting your hips up over onto those guardrails, allowing your weight to be pulled down on that to create any kind of extra leverage to maintain sort of the breeze that's there. Still got 17, 18 knots of breeze whistling down through. They're about sort of up into this second third of the course now. They'll start be planning where they want to approach into this windward mark. Again, just constant trying to find that clear air, trying to approach, but Bearisk Yacht Club really starting to be pulled back into it, but there's Kalavik Badalag just below them. We've got Club Nautique de Genève closing in on them, so this again becomes one of those rich get richer sort of bits. Can they hold out in front? But we had seen on Norddeutsche Regatta Wein, we mentioned before, looking at the stats, the races they have started hard at the committee boat, have led round that windward mark, they've come out with the race win. So are we going to see that continuation of that?
Yes, I think we will. I think they're pretty comfortable where they are right now, and every time they tack they seem to be able to tack on the face of somebody. This time it's Club Nautique de Versoix, so I'm sure that Shadowveld is on the ley line. Will Versoix be able to stay on the ley line, or do they have to tack? No, they have to tack, and in fact no, Shadowveld's not on the ley line, so he's kept a little bit in the tank for a couple more tacks, and he's really not letting anything go. He's got quite a comfortable lead, but he knows what it's like on this lake. You can't take anything for granted.
No, just playing the best bet he needs to. It's not a matter, again, it's not a matter of how many meters you have out in front, but look here, coming in boat number 6. That is the Royal Sydney Yacht Squadron. They're getting back into the mix. They've come in charging from that right-hand side. They're probably high on that ley line, so they're not going to have the easiest run round, but they will have clear air. But here we go, round the top mark. Are they going to be able to hold on and maintain that consistency? But here we go. This is where it's going to get very, very tight. Boat 8, boat 7 squeezing round. There's 6 as well, and boat number 1 all fighting for these places.
Much faster hoist on Versoix compared with Bayerischer. Will Versoix be able to get over the top of Bayerischer? There's 4 boats in this fight for second place, and at the back of that fight are the Aussies. Will they be able to use some kind of advantage from behind the others? They've gone to an early jibe. It's a good attacking move. Now, if they can get a good gust on that side of the course, they could attack the boats we're looking at now. And Versoix, they went round ahead of Bayerischer, but they're in tactically a very difficult position. They're being dictated to by the other 2 boats, and the other boat, Kalavik Badalag, also very much in the fight here. So whilst Norddeutsche Regatta Verein are going to sail away for an easy win in this race, watch out for the Royal Sydney Yacht Squadron on the far side, going very fast with a red Jenica next to the stadium. Could the Aussies steal a march on these other boats that we're looking at now? I fear that for Versoix just jibing, they could come off worst out of this whole gaggle of boats that we're looking at right now.
Badalag now got a good bit of breeze on into that middle. There we see Norddeutsche Regatta Verein out in front. They are going to take that win, but what a comeback from the Danish here. Kalavik Badalag are going to take 7. They're a huge relief. Look at the excitement on board. Bearisk Yacht Club, they cruise through in 3rd. Oh, It was the Swiss. They're going to nip it from the Aussies at the far end. But what a comeback from the Danish. Kalevik Badelag, they were back in 7th or 8th position. And they've managed to pull through to gain a 2nd place and keep their hopes alive.
Wow. Well, that's very good by the Danes. We didn't have much to say about them during that race. There's the yellow boat of Hemelingen that went round in 2nd or 3rd early on, but then copped that penalty and never really recovered from that. They finished 7th in that race. And maybe even 8th actually, so maybe the yellow boat was last, so very painful for Hemelingen. And not a great race for Royal Sydney Yacht Squadron. It looked like they had a chance of sneaking a few more places on that final run to the finish with that early jibe, but it didn't work out for them, so the Aussies have to settle for 5th in that race. Not how they would like to have finished, but that was an exciting start to Flight 14.
Yeah, really good, really exciting. That sort of 3 of those boats that were racing had good results, like Royal Sydney Yacht Squadron. They've started heading south a little bit more now on that leaderboard, reliant on these other boats still in front of them, still to race. There's 3 other boats, in front of them to race, so trying to hold on to their places. But great result for Kalevik Badelag with a 2nd placing, holding themselves in 2nd. But the Deutsche Regatta Verein really finding some form now, 1 point behind them and really starting to squeeze the points. So there's some, again, we talk about this being moving day. Well, this is exactly what's happening. A lot of teams are starting to find that pressure, and a lot of really settling in and maximising it.
Well, the points are so close between the top few, except there's one boat, the Royal Danish Yacht Club, that we're about to see in the next race. It's going to be race 2 of Flight 14, race 41 of the overall competition. And so the Royal Danish Yacht Club, they have a lead of 7 points over their fellow Danes, Kalevik Badelag, who were just 2nd in that race. So if anyone, I don't know if voodoo dollies work, if you can stick pins in a model yacht, but that's what a lot of these teams will be doing. They'll be sticking pins in a model yacht of Kongelik Dans Yacht Club, because they're on a bit of a breakaway at the moment.
Well, when you look at their last result, though, was a 7th. If they had that 7th again, or another one like that, suddenly we're going to be neck and neck on points, and it's not going to be there. So, well, last time we went away from a break, it was a 6-point gap from the lead boat, and we somehow did a commentator's curse on that. So whether we've now done it again, we wait to find out. But still some superb racing, and now the team's all chopping and changing back over. This is Flight 14, and they'll be going into race 41.
Well, we just see Bjorn Hansen there, and KSSS, they're just about to get into their boat. But Corky, we're going to be going off air fairly shortly, so just round up for us what one of the highlights of today has been for you. It could be, for example, the commentator's curse. We seem to have been quite good at that.
I just think today's basically thrown the cat amongst the pigeons a bit more. There's been a bit more. Now we're getting into this 3rd day. Now there's the eye starting to think, and the mind thinking about that final sort of bit, what the opportunities are to go away as champion. And I think that's starting to weigh heavy on a few of the sailors' mind, and suddenly the pressure's starting to come in. There's been a few more mistakes, kite hoists and drops have all been a bit mix mash. And so I just think it's been a really exciting day of racing, really enjoyable. No one can count on anything. Just because you're at the front, you've got a 6-point lead, bang, one more race, and suddenly you're back into the pack. So, not only does that just tell how exciting it's been today, it's a real sort of excitement of why the Sailing Champions League such a good, fun thing to watch.
The locals promise us we've got more of this breeze to see us through to the end of the regatta. We've got a bit more racing to play out the end of today. Then we've got the finals of the end of qualifying tomorrow, and then we're into that 4-boat final tomorrow. And that's what I'm really looking forward to seeing, that sudden death. And the wonderful thing about this format is whoever wins the final race is going to win overall the Sailing Champions League final. My name's Andy Rice. I've been with Mark Corky Rhodes this afternoon. I hope you've enjoyed the coverage. We'll be back to you tomorrow for the last day, the concluding part of the season for the Sailing Champions League 2019.